Meeting number 2. And we are on the subject of committee business. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format. That's a little different format than we've been used to thus far, pursuant to the House Order of September 23. Proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons website. So as you're aware, the webcast will only show the person that's speaking. I believe most members know the use to use the bottom place where you to speak in the language that you're speaking in. If you're speaking in English, press English. If you're speaking in French, press French. For members participating in person, proceed as you normally would with the in-person committee. But I've been asked to remind folks of the health protocols that are now in place in the Hill regarding masking and distancing, and that's what we mean by hybrid format. A number of us are on, or in our offices or in our ridings, and some are in the committee room. When speaking, as usual, please wait until I recognize you. On virtual, you'll turn on your mic. And in person, where Gabriel is there, your microphone will be controlled as normal by the proceedings and verification officer. With respect to the speaking list, the clerk and I will do our best, and that's a qualifier, do our best we can to maintain a consolidated order of speaking for all members, whether they're participating virtually or in person. So bring it up here, at the last meeting, we were dealing with a sub amendment by Mr. Gerritsen to an amendment by Mr. Kelly to an original motion by Mr. Polyev. And I'm just wondering, we would need unanimous consent to do this. And I know we're all concerned about the pre-budget consultations. I think everyone is, and we're all getting calls. And it's going to take a lot of prep work to get those, to get the pre-budget consultations organized by staff, get the committee lists together, the witnesses coming in. We're not going to be able to do the job we normally do. I don't think in any event where we normally have probably about 300 witnesses in person, given that the hybrid parliament, the Zoom calls, the difficulty of getting time and rooms that isn't normal for us. So I'm wondering if we could get unanimous consent to deal with the motion that Ms. Zerowitz was going to bring forward on pre-budget consultations, so that we could bring forward those 793 briefs, so some people could start reading them, and get that organized so that clerks and other staff could work to organize the pre-budget consultations, and then come back to the sub-amendment to the amendment to the motion.
Mr. Chair?
But we would need unanimous consent to do that. Go ahead, Mr. Polyev.
Yeah, I would make a motion in the spirit of what you've suggested, that we immediately vote on the motions with respect to the WE documents and the sub amendments to those motions, so that once we've completed those within the next 5 minutes, we can immediately move on to the next order of business, which is Ms. Zerowitz.
That wasn't the way I was putting it. I know
well, that's the way I'm putting it. Sorry,
well,
that's my motion.
I'm asking.
That's my motion.
It's not a motion. You can't put a motion right now.
I'm asking.
Did. No, you can't. It's not allowed. So I'm
now
asking:
you're pre-budget consultations on top of it.
Is there unanimous consent to do what I suggested?
Well, you haven't moved it. There's no motion before.
No, I'm not. I'm saying, is there unanimous consent?
Well, for what though?
to
You don't.
go
Nobody's
to-
moved anything. You can't have a unanimous consent for a motion that doesn't exist.
Are you done, Pierre?
Well, it depends what you have to say.
If you are, we'll move on, or do you want to keep talking there? Go ahead. What I was suggesting is there is unanimous consent to bring forward the motion that Ms. Zerowitz had proposed on budget, pre-budget consultations, deal with that, and then come back to the motion we were dealing with the other day when the committee adjourned.
So I've just moved that we vote on the existing motions before the committee, then we can go right to pre-budget consultation.
And I asked, was there unanimous consent to go to Ms. Zerowitz's motion? So if there is,
I'm the only one who's got a motion before the floor at this point.
No, I'm asking if there's unanimous consent. I gather there's not. Okay, then we will.
Now we can't get to pre-budget consultation because
you're
Chair.
continuing to disrupt, and Pierre, obviously you don't want to go there. That's fine.
Point of order, Mr.
What's
Chair?
your point of order?
Thank you. I had introduced on October 8th, I had introduced the motion, and then it was interrupted by a point of privilege by Mr. Polyev. So technically I have introduced a motion. It is on the floor. I'd probably want to change a couple of the dates on it, but it's exactly the pre-budget consultation motion. So since it is on the floor, is it possible for me to, as to what you've suggested, bring it forward?
When we suspended, we were on the sub amendment to the amendment to the motion, and without unanimous consent to go back to the pre-budget consultation motion, we just can't do that. We'll have to deal with what's before us, and I at this stage don't see unanimous consent, so we will have to go to on the sub amendment. And I believe, I'm not sure, I believe Mr. So that's where we're at, is it? Go ahead, Mr. Polyev.
Yes, can I speak to the sub amendment?
I think, Mr. You can. We can. You can start, but we want to establish a speaking list. I believe Mr. Fraser was on next. If Mr. Fraser is willing to let you go, we'll go with Mr. Polyev and then Mr. Fraser. And could we start to establish a list from there? I didn't put up my hand raising thing yet. May have to turn to the clerk on this. Go ahead, Mr. Polyev.
Yeah, point of order, Mr. Chair. I actually think Mr. Julian is next on the list.
Well, it was at the last meeting, I believe it was Mr. Fraser after Mr. Gerritsen and then Mr. Julian, I think.
Well, do speaking orders continue on from meeting to meeting, or how does that work?
We should be going with the speaking list from the previous meeting, I believe. I'm not 100% sure on that, Mr. Falk, but I don't think anybody is.
Well, I think Mr. Julian will be brief anyway. I think just leave him where he is.
So I said, okay, we'll go with who wants to go first, Mr. Polyev or Mr. Julian or Mr. Fraser? I'm going to leave it up to you folks. Who wants to go first?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Before we get into the speaking order stuff, one of the things that I'm curious on the clerk's advice about, there's obviously certain issues of commonality around document production as between the motion, amendment, and sub-amendment on the floor at this committee and the motion that was just voted on by the House. I'm curious, just from a procedural point of view, whether the clerk has advice on the impact of the vote that's just been taken in the House of Commons on the motion before this committee.
Does the clerk want to make a comment on that? I think from where I sit, it's committee business, but go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry,
I'll let you in, Evelyn, please. Yeah.
I was reminded that members should put their microphones on mute when they are not speaking. Unfortunately, Mr. Fraser, would you mind repeating?
No, I don't mind repeating. Thank you. I'm just curious on your advice as to whether the motion that's currently being debated at this committee which has certain commonalities with the motion that was just voted on before the House of Commons, whether the vote that was just taken at the House of Commons has any impact on the motions before this committee.
No, they would not be related items.
Now I'm mute. Yeah, this is what happens in the House and what happens in the committee is basically two different areas. So, okay, then I have on my list with the hands up, if we want to go with it this way, Mr. Polyev, Mr. Julian, Mr. Fraser, Ms. Zerowitz, Mr. Fragaskatis. So we're okay there? Mr. Polyev.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have to say this circus that the Prime Minister has created gives rise to great suspicion about what it is that he is hiding. First, we had the WE scandal, then the WE cover-up, then the WE prorogation, and then today, in order to try and cover it all up again, we had his threat of a we-lection. And the last thing we need right now is a we-lection. We need focus on the pandemic. Canadians are suffering. Millions are unemployed. Our jobless rate is the highest in the G7. Our deficit the biggest in the G20. And instead of working on those problems, this committee
point of order, Mr.
is
Chair,
playing games about to try and prevent the truth from coming out in the WE scandal.
Chair, point of order.
Point of order from Mr. Fragaskatis.
The member ought to know, as finance critic, the debt to GDP ratio is 48%, which comparably is extremely low. I just want the record to reflect the facts, Mr. Chair.
I don't
As a
think
committee, I think we are deserved that.
That's not a point of order. Back to you, Mr. Polyev.
The deficit is the largest in the G20 this year. It is true that past governments have bequeathed good, solid financial health to this Prime Minister, but he is working with great haste to burn all of those riches and leave the present generation, forget future ones, empty-handed. But back to my original point. What the hell is this government hiding? If they're prepared to shut the Parliament down.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Polyev, I'm going to your point of order, Mr. Fraser, but relevance to the sub-amendment, if I could hear Mr. Polyev. What's your point of order, Mr. Fraser?
My point of order is on the use of unparliamentary language. I think the honourable member knows the language he's using to make his point. While it may increase the number of people who watch his YouTube video, is not appropriate when we're sitting in a parliamentary setting. Thank you.
Valid point. Go ahead, Mr. Polyev.
Well, Mr. Speaker, no one wants to go there, but the reality is that the government is going to some incredible lengths to hide some ugly truths. If the Prime Minister was not afraid of what could come out in this scandal, he wouldn't have crippled 3 parliamentary committees with an endless stream of speeches about everything ranging from Greek philosophers to cartoon characters in order to burn up committee time and prevent us from getting to motions that would release unredacted documents to the public. He wouldn't have shut Parliament for 6 weeks, and nor would he have threatened an election today. You know, it's ironic that today in the House of Commons, in a related motion, Mr. Chair, the Prime Minister said he would call an election if a committee looked into the WE scandal. Now, he could not name a single solitary policy objective which the opposition is hindering. So clearly, this election threat is nothing to do with protecting Canadians in the pandemic, but everything to do with protecting him from accountability. So, I would ask members to quickly adopt the motion from my point of privilege so that we can get the unredacted documents.
Mr. Polyev, I do hate to interrupt you, but we're not on your motion. We're on the sub-amendment to the amendment. I can't
To the
read
motion.
it to the
motion.
sub amendment to the amendment to the motion.
Right, that's right.
And
so
so
Mr. Chair,
we are speaking on the sub amendment now, so it'd be nice to have a little close relevance to that.
You can't comment on the sub amendment to the sub amendment to the amendment to the motion if you don't talk about the emotion.
Well, you weren't even on the motion.
You can't talk about a branch or a leaf if you don't talk about the tree.
The trouble is you weren't talking about the tree, Pierre.
Actually, I was right in the root of the tree. And I'm trying to get to the root of this scandal.
I tell you, the trees are tall when you're in the clouds.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it has some very deep roots that go deep into ground.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to expose those roots. What is it, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chair, that the government is trying to hide in all this? Why would they go to such great lengths if there was nothing here? One can only imagine that the Prime Minister is waking up at 2 a.m. in cold sweats thinking about what might come out in this scandal, and that's why he has sent his MPs into this committee to filibuster for 20 hours when we should be talking about pre-budget consultations.
Point of order.
Who's the point? Mr. Fragaskatis.
Yes, in the interest of correcting the record, the member talked about the deficit. He forgot to mention that Canada has provided as much fiscal support for the economic recovery.
This is a point of order. That's not a point of order, Mr. Fragaskatis. Mr. Pallier.
No country has done more. I'm just quoting directly from where the member took
point
his
of order.
That's
point of order.
Not a point of order, Mr.
Fragaskatis.
Who else said a point of order? Mr. Julian?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask all members to respect members who are speaking. I don't think these interruptions are helpful or dignified at the Finance Committee.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I am here in the room where the interpreters are working. They're doing a great job, and when people are yelling like that, it's impossible for them to interpret. And so, for people who only speak French, they can't follow along in these debates, and so I'd ask people to be more respectful. Thank you.
Mr. St. Marie, back to Mr. Polyev, and a couple of points have been noted by Mr. Julian and Mr. St. Marie. Go ahead, Mr. Polyev.
This is a scandal in which the Prime Minister's family accepted $500,000, and then the Prime Minister turned around and gave the group that provided those funds $500 million. That's a major Canadian scandal, and let me speak directly to him when I say Conservatives will not relent until the truth comes out in this scandal. He can threaten, he can bully, he can shut things down, but at the end of the day, we will continue to do our jobs until we expose the truth. So let's get busy and pass this motion so we can see the unredacted documents, the unvarnished truth, and let Canadians judge accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. On to Mr. Julian. Peter Julian, the floor is yours. You just stepped away, I know, from the Mr. Polyev has completed. You're next on the list, Mr.
Thank
Julian.
you,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. I'm not going to speak for long because I believe we need to go immediately to these votes with the sub-amendment, the amendment, and stop the filibuster. But I am profoundly disturbed by the Prime Minister basically doing away with pre-budget hearings. He threatened an election, and of course that would have meant no pre-budget hearings at all. So I think to reestablish our responsibility, we need to vote now on the sub-amendment, on the amendment, and on the motion of privilege, and move on from there. That's our responsibility as a Finance Committee, and then we can have discussion around committee business.
You're done, Peter. Good. Thank you. Mr. Fraser is next on my list. Go ahead, Mr. Fraser.
Fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll take a different view of my than my colleagues. One of the things that everyone seems to be saying is that they do want to get on with the work of the committee in respect of pre-budget consultations. One of the things, if that were true, we would be doing them. I think it was made clear during the outset of this meeting when I think you made the eminently reasonable suggestion that we have unanimous consent to deal with Ms. Zarowitz's motions. One of the important factors of this, behind this initiative, is the standing orders have a time limit within which this committee, should we choose to move forward with pre-budget consultations, has to actually make recommendations and table an associated report on the floor of the House of Commons. This is going to require significant effort by staff of this committee after the work is done by committee members to actually hear from witnesses. I think the sensible thing to do would be to jump right to the pre-budget consultation motion, and when we sort that out, return to issues that can continue to be disputed by members of this particular committee. One of the things that I take issue with, frankly, in both the motion that was debated yesterday and voted on just moments ago in the House of Commons, and with the motion and amendment that were put forward by the Conservatives at this committee, is that they're saying, look, we're willing to move ahead with the work of Parliament and allow the government to govern, only if they first admit that they're all corrupt, or if they're all willing to admit that the government and the independent public service has violated privileges of members of this committee. I don't think that's a reasonable place to start. Frankly, I still maintain that this matter should never have been brought before this committee as a point of privilege, because I think the ordinary way to deal with this, particularly when we have the government saying we'd work in good faith, is to ask for cooperation from the government. Jumping straight to a point of privilege seems, in my view, to be premature. Perhaps before I get into my remarks, I know you sort of surveyed the crowd informally, but I would perhaps formally ask for unanimous consent that this committee can immediately move to Ms. Zarowitz's motion and determine whether we actually have the willingness of committee members to attend to that, so we may return. I expect I know where this is going, but we may as well make it official.
I have a friendly amendment.
Does Mr. Fraser have unanimous consent?
Mr. Chair, with a friendly amendment, with a friendly amendment.
Mr. Chair, point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm listening.
I'm
seeking unanimous consent. I'm wondering if before we can deal with amendments, if we have such consent.
Well, you can't figure out if you have consent until you look at the amendment.
Mr. Polyev, if you could come to order, please. Is there unanimous consent?
Mr. Chair, sorry, point of order. Point of order.
Yes, there is.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Well, let's hear your point of order.
I'm offering a friendly amendment which can get us onto the pre-budget consultation motion within minutes.
That wasn't the member's question.
Well, if you're going to violate the process here, then no, you can't get unanimous consent to violate the process.
I am not violating the process, but you are being disruptive. And Mr. Fraser asked if there was unanimous consent.
No.
It's a fair question. Okay, there's not unanimous consent. Okay, Mr. Fraser, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now that consent has been denied to move immediately to pre-budget consultations, I'm happy to get on with the debate on the sub-amendment to the amendment to the main motion of privilege that was put forward before this committee. I think it would be helpful to understand where this dispute of the procedural dispute comes from. Of course, the pre-budget consultation motion that I just referred to moments ago was put on the floor by my colleague Ms. Zarowitz in a previous meeting. The motion would have sought to have this committee, as we typically do, although this year's been different given the pandemic, conduct pre-budget consultations. I know I've been hearing from dozens of local organizations and dozens of national organizations who want to, in fact, come before this committee specifically to offer their testimony in support of different asks in advance of the next federal budget. Many of them obviously have previously put forward suggestions in a pre-pandemic context, and her motion, I think quite appropriately, would have been designed to allow those same groups to make amendments to their testimony or evidence in order to reflect the changing world that we live in. I find it odd, frankly, that given the complaints we've heard from members of the opposition, specifically the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, about the government's moving forward with measures to help Canadians during a pandemic, when I understand that the House of Commons was shut down for good reason, to protect the health of Canadians. Now, when given the opportunity to have multi-partisan oversight of suggestions that are coming in from the public in advance of the government implementing an agenda and budgetary measures, I find there's a cognitive dissonance that exists between the two positions the Conservatives seem to hold simultaneously. If they don't wish to take part in the pre-budget consultation, then the government will continue to engage with stakeholders on its own and move forward with budget recommendations. In any event, back to the matter at hand. That was the issue that was on the floor of the House of Commons. Mr. Poilievre interjected with the point of privilege. Pardon me, Mr. Chair. I probably shouldn't do that with a microphone right over my mouth. Mr. Poilievre interjected with the point of privilege. The point of privilege accuses the government and the public service of violating his privilege. He would have this committee find that and report it to the House. There was an error in the original motion that would have made it impossible for a technical reason that had to do with the timing of the disclosure of documents that the government provided to the Finance Committee in the first session of the 43rd Parliament. That, of course, was the subject of a ruling which you had ruled it was out of order because of that fatal mistake. The majority members of this committee took a different view and chose to move ahead in any event. The proposed amendment sought to remedy that defect by incorporating the evidence that was before this committee in the previous session of this Parliament into the evidentiary record in the present session of this Parliament. The sub-amendment sought to cure that defect. The sub-amendment specifically sought to address the problem because we realized during the previous meeting of this committee that the evidentiary record dealt with two different sets of documents. One of them, very importantly, included the transmittal letters that came from each of the various departments that made disclosures to this committee and explained in detail why certain redactions were made to those documents. The efforts of the opposition in the previous meeting was to ensure that the evidentiary record that this committee could consider did not include the transmittal letters that explained why the redactions had been made. The sub-amendment sought to do we actually had a few proposed sub-amendments. The first had to do with getting the clerk to compare the two sets of documents for their accuracy. The second, and that failed after a debate. The second proposed sub-amendment sought to deal with adding page annotations, I believe, so there could be an easy comparison, and the transmittal letters that provide important context could be on the record. And the third sub-amendment, which is the one that we are on now, has to do with the preparation of two complete sets of documents, both of which would be on the evidentiary before this record before this committee, and which specifically would have allowed the transmittal letters to be on the record. The sub-amendment that brings us to the present sub-amendment, which Mr. Gerritsen put forward, and he moved that the committee requests the complete package of documents provided to the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons by relevant deputy ministers or the signatories of the transmittal letters, as well as the final package of documents that the law clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons approved for release. That both of the document packages be provided to the committee no later than October 19th, 2020. I think that ship has sailed. And that after the committee reviews the two different versions of the documents, the committee invite each of the relevant deputy ministers or the signatories of the transmittal letters, as well as the law clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons, to give testimony regarding the redactions applied to the documents that were requested and granted in the motion adopted on July 7th, 2020, and that until such a time as this testimony is complete, debate on the main motion and amendment from Mr. Poilievre be suspended, and that the chair be authorized to schedule these witnesses and convene a meeting to resume debate on Mr. Poilievre's motion once these meetings have taken place. It seems as though the refusal to allow, there's two problems with the refusal to support this sub-amendment. One is that it would have the evidentiary record remaining deficient, and it would prevent folks from giving testimony to provide clarity specifically on why certain redactions would have been made, which is in accordance with ordinary practices of the public service. And second, it would allow us to avoid having this committee or members of it hold hostage the committee and its ability to conduct pre-budget consultations. Effectively, the opposition is trying to have their cake and eat it too, where they will say, give us everything we want, and then we'll allow you to do your work. That simply cannot reasonably be construed as letting the committee do its work. I think it would be quite reasonable.
Point of order, just a quick question. He's suggesting that point of order?
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Jensen.
He's suggesting that the Conservatives are saying that they're the only ones suggesting that the documents be given to the law clerk unredacted, because I believe that was a committee motion that was agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I don't mean to prejudge your ruling. I'm not sure that it's a point of order, and I didn't mean to necessarily make that suggestion in any event. I think my point here was that I made at the end of my remarks was more to do with the putting the cart before the horse in terms of not allowing pre-budget consultations to proceed until documents had been provided. But if we want to revisit a previous order of this committee, I'm happy to. In fact, I expect we may over the course of this meeting. I don't know if you have.
No, go ahead. It's not really a point of order. It's more a request for information.
Sure.
But thank you for that point, Ms. Jansen. Go ahead, Mr. Fraser. I might remind, because it's confusing on this, I might remind Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Julian to take those raised hands down if they're not still on the speaking list for another time. Mr. Julian and Mr. Poilievre. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Fraser.
Certainly. So the problem that we're dealing with right now has to do, and that the sub-amendment seeks to cure, is the fact that there's, as I mentioned, incomplete disclosure that would currently be brought before the committee if the main motion and/or amendment pass without the sub-amendment. And second, obviously, the pre-budget consultation point, which I've made. One of the things that I don't believe to be appropriate is that the individuals who are being accused of violating the privileges held by members of this committee haven't been given an opportunity to, in fact, defend themselves. They've made redactions in accordance with their legislative obligations. I appreciate, and maybe perhaps if I was mistaken earlier in understanding Ms. Jansen's point, I don't deny what the initial motion said back in, I think it was July, but the civil service has difficulty disclosing documents, even to the law clerk, when the legislative obligations upon them prohibit the disclosure of certain kinds of information. I spoke a little bit about this natural tension that exists between legislation on the books in Canada and the previous order of this committee. These kinds of things do happen by times. When we want to determine, or before we determine that—
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your point of order?
The member said that there are legislative obligations that restrict the committee's ability to acquire governmental documents. There are no such legislative restrictions. Parliament is supreme and has access to all of the information it seeks from government.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe that's a point of order.
It's not a point of order. It's a matter of debate. Go ahead.
Certainly, and perhaps I'll address that point before I'm done as well. Mr. Chair, where I was going with this point is that we're not, if we were to adopt the main motion or the amendment without the sub-amendment, we would not only be denying the opportunity for the civil service to explain why the redactions have been made, we would be specifically excluding from evidence the explanation that they had already given to this committee, but has nevertheless not made it on to the evidentiary record before the committee. I don't think that's fair. The sort of rule at play here is one of due process. There's no question that this committee, in Parliament, I should say more broadly, has the ability to control its own internal processes. But I think we should refrain from disembarking from a long history of both in parliamentary democracies more broadly and our system of justice protecting due process. But in fact, instead of dumping off the analysis without seeing complete information, I think the appropriate thing to do would be to ask the ministers responsible to make what disclosures that remain outstanding. The situation that we have here is trying to impugn the job that our professional public service has done, who remains nonpartisan. We heard directly from the Prime Minister, from the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, from the then Finance Minister, from the Minister responsible for ESDC, and from staff. The process of accountability and frankly the transparency built throughout is the kind of thing that we had the opportunity to ask the ministers responsible already, and now we're trying to pass judgment on the government's alleged violation of the committee's privileges based on documents from individual public servants who don't even have an opportunity to defend themselves, and without giving the opportunity for the minister responsible to actually offer the defense. I know that honorable members on this committee are familiar with the concept of ministerial responsibility. In fact, the member from Carleton in a previous parliament, I believe it was in 2010, said during a committee meeting, my comments will continue to focus on the conduct of political staff members and the importance of ministerial responsibility for that conduct. That is entirely pertinent to this motion, and if committee members disagree, they will discard my arguments. I'm going to continually, to quote continually the rules as they are written. The individual or personal responsibility of the minister derives from a time when in practice, and not just in theory, the Crown governed. Ministers merely advised the sovereign and were responsible to the sovereign for their advice. The principle of individual ministerial responsibility holds that ministers are accountable not only for their own actions as department heads, but also for the actions of their subordinates. He went on to quote, the principle of individual ministerial responsibility holds that ministers are accountable not only for their own actions at department heads, it's a reading again, and this is all from the original quote, but also for the actions of their subordinates. Individual ministerial responsibility provides the basis for accountability throughout the system. Virtually all departmental activity is carried out in the name of a minister, who in turn is responsible to Parliament for those acts. Again, virtually all departmental activity is carried out in the name of the minister, who in turn is responsible to Parliament for those acts. We are in a parliament. This is a continuing quote from the member in this committee, and it is ministers who are accountable to parliament according to the rules. Ministers exercise power and are constitutionally responsible for the provision and conduct of government. Parliament holds them personally responsible for it. The principle of collective ministerial responsibility, which is of a much more recent vintage, evolved when ministers replaced the sovereign as the decision makers of government. Ministers are expected to take responsibility for and defend all cabinet decisions. The principle provides stability within the framework of ministerial government by uniting the responsibilities of the individual ministers under the collective responsibility of the Crown. The latter point explains why Minister Baird, again from a previous parliament, is here to explain the conduct of a member of the Prime Minister's office. Under the principle of collective responsibility, he, as a minister, a servant, is responsible in our system for defending the conduct of subordinates in this government. He has been so designated by the Prime Minister, who makes those designations by historic convention. This is the foundation of our democratic system of government, Mr. Chair. It is not something that can be thrown away at a whim or dispensed with when a coalition of parties, through their numbers, seeks to undermine it in order to score a few short-term and myopic political points. In the aftermath of the 2008 election, the coalition parties attempted to reverse the results of that vote. Now we're seeing them attempt to reverse the results of roughly 300 years of parliamentary tradition and replace it with a kangaroo court that would intimidate political staff members whose responsibility to this House flow through ministers. Mr. Chair, the quote I think was articulated well at the time, and I think it has application today. What this committee is seeking to do, in the absence of the sub-amendment forming part of the motion that is ultimately adopted by this committee, is to attribute responsibility for violating the privileges of members of parliament who serve on this committee by virtue of the evidentiary record that includes only testimony and emails that come from specifically from civil servants. They won't even allow the evidence coming from the head of the relevant departments, or indeed the head of the civil service, the clerk of the Privy Council, to be adduced into the evidentiary record. This would fly in the face of holding the minister responsible, because I don't think it would be fair, frankly, to avoid an explanation from the government and the ministers responsible by referring only to the documentary evidence that has been partially disclosed to this committee as a result of a technical difficulty during the upload of the documents. Again, I'm referring specifically to the exclusion or attempted exclusion of the transmittal letters from the body of evidence that's before this committee. With respect to the appropriateness of the redactions, I think the opportunity to explain is key. I think the transmittal letters would be essential, and I think that the government has demonstrated a willingness to work with this committee, formally or informally, specifically when the parliamentary secretary to the House Leader made the invitation to say if this committee is not satisfied with what it's received, that we would work in good faith with them. There hasn't been an opportunity to even have that conversation directly with the government because there's this effort to have only a portion of the parliamentary or the evidentiary record from the previous session of this parliament introduced into evidence currently before this committee. The NDP had made the argument previously, and Mr. Poilievre has hinted to this as well, that because we have supremacy over our ability to produce records, that in fact, and the parliamentary law clerk made an allusion to this in the letter sent to members of this committee. But we also have letters specifically from the head of the public service who explain that there are certain rules that they are bound by. I think attempting to reconcile those 2 points of view through conversation may in fact be a productive thing. Specifically, Mr. Chair, the kinds of things that we're dealing with, and my colleague, Mr. Gerritsen, went through great lengths to make these points during our previous meeting. And if you read the transmittal letters, a lot of them say very similar things. The head of the Canada's Public Service and the head of different departments have by and large explained that there were two buckets of documents, each of which was treated differently by the motion this committee adopted back in July. Specifically, I've got the motion. I just brought it up here back. I think it was July 7th, 2020. That pursuant to Standing Order 108 sub 1 sub A, the committee ordered that any contracts concluded with We Charity and Me to We, all briefing notes, memos, and emails, including the contribution agreement between the department and We Charity from senior officials prepared for or sent to any minister regarding the design and creation of the Canada Student Service Grant, as well as any written correspondence and records of other correspondence with We Charity and Me to We from March 2020 be provided to the committee no later than August 8th, 2020. That matters of cabinet confidence and national security be excluded from the request. That's going to be important in just a moment. And that any redactions necessary, including to protect the privacy of Canadian citizens and permanent residents whose names and personal information may be included in the documents, as well as public servants who have been providing assistance on this matter, be made by the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel to the House of Commons. The two categories outlined in that motion include first, the documents that would be subjected to cabinet confidence or that may have national security implications. The second, be redactions that are designed to deal with the privacy and personal information of individuals who are not members of this committee. The first category is an important one. Each of the transmittal letters indicated that no redactions were made for national security purposes, so that is not really at issue before the committee, and I don't think anyone would dispute that, but I've been surprised before. The second heading under that bucket, if you will, Mr. Chair, is cabinet confidences. There's explanations in each of the transmittal letters that certain redactions have been made for the purpose of protecting cabinet confidence, but in fact we never requested documents that touched on cabinet confidences. You'll recall, Mr. Chair, our colleague Mr. Poilievre during the middle of the summer was waving around pages that in fact were heavily redacted. I won't dispute that in fact pages were redacted. I think that's obvious. But what he didn't tell anybody is that those were documents that specifically weren't asked for because they were subject to cabinet confidence. I think that's pretty important. The reason that we had redacted pages at all was because we chose to produce, I shouldn't say we, the government chose to produce documents that were not asked for, even though they were subject to cabinet confidences, and produce the portion of it that were relevant to the We Charity matters that this committee had been looking at. If you go through the document, you can actually see details from cabinet meetings that were revealed to this committee, even though we specifically said we did not want them. The remaining pages that follow some of those were in fact heavily redacted, but again, they may have touched on anything from—
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your point of order?
I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the committee immediately move to votes on the sub-amendment, the amendment, and the main motion that resulted from my earlier
Chair,
point of privilege.
You move the motion on a point of order?
And then we move straight to
you can't move
budget consultations. I think you have unanimous consent for that.
You can't move a motion on a point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you're procedurally correct in your assessment of the proposed motion. In any event, Mr. Chair, we've covered the cabinet confidences and national security, which I think, as Mr. Gerritsen pointed out, covers many of the more heavily redacted versions. Again, for the sake of clarity, the reason that most of those redactions would have been taking place is because they're subject to cabinet confidences, but in any event, this committee, or I should say the Finance Committee in the previous session of this Parliament, specifically told the government that we didn't want documents that fell into that category. The remaining category of redactions is really the only thing that is in dispute before this committee. There were redactions made that the motion suggested ought to have been made by the clerk. However, the government, in accordance with the legislation that they explained in those transmittal letters, which are sought to be excluded from the evidentiary record, the relevant deputy ministers explained why those reductions took place and what efforts they made to obtain consent to divulge information that the statutes bar them from divulging. For the most part, it was personal contact information. Mr. Gerritsen went through at great length to page by page demonstrate that amongst the documents that were redacted that this committee actually asked for, it largely touched on the personal contact details of the independent public service. I don't actually think, although I know Mr. Gerritsen had some fun during the committee meeting, imputing motive in at least one instance as to why someone may have been trying to
Chair,
obtain
point of
those
order.
records.
What's the point of order?
I'm not sure if it was the sound on my end, but could you just have Mr. Fraser repeat that previous statement that he made regarding personal information? And I just didn't hear it.
Could you? It's not really a point of order, but if you care to, Mr. Fraser.
Peter, I trust you don't want me to start from the beginning, so I'll pick up the last sentence.
Definitely not.
And I am,
Mr. Chair, I am for the previous few statements, previous few sentences.
Okay.
Yes, no problem. And I am coming up near the end of my my argument, Mr. Chair. In any event, the nature of the, aside from the cabinet confidences, which we did not ask for but were provided anyway, the remaining category of redactions largely touch on personal information. I don't think that this committee needs to see the phone numbers of public service members. I think it would be inappropriate. I do think that the public would benefit from going through the documents which have been provided and produced to see the redactions for themselves. Aside from those pages that we didn't ask for, these are minor redactions that touch on the personal information of Canada's professional and independent public service. I'd be happy to get into the redactions more specifically and in depth if we need to. I hope we don't need to go there. But Mr. Chair, for the time being, for those reasons, I think it's essential that the committee support the sub-amendment. It will allow us to see the total body of evidence. It will allow us to quickly move to pre-budget consultations and return to the controversy on this specific motion as soon as we are done. And it will allow the government an opportunity, hopefully, to work with this committee to give them what information they need to actually bring a level of oversight to whichever spending programs we desire. And in the particular instance, I don't think it's necessary for the disclosure of the personal information of public servants to be part of it. And those are my comments for now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fraser. Next on my list is Ms. Zerowitz, followed by Mr. Fragaskatis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and it's nice to see everybody. I want to start off by just addressing off the top. I believe that there was a comment earlier about the Prime Minister instructing us to do this filibuster. I just want to, I don't know how other committees or other parties work, but our Prime Minister doesn't instruct our committees. And so I just want to make sure to indicate for the record that that is absolutely not true. I can also personally say I have zero desire to have this meeting go any longer than it needs to be. I only have a great desire to move as quickly as we can to pre-budget consultations, which is why I was delighted that you, Mr. Chair, had suggested right off the bat that we move right to pre-budget consultation motion, and that you had asked for unanimous consent. And I do want the record to formally show that there was no support from the Conservatives, no support from the NDP, and no support from the Bloc Québécois for your ask in terms of unanimous consent for us to move directly to pre-budget consultations. I also want to address a few of the comments that Mr. Poilievre started off with. And he talked about a wee scandal. Saying that there's a wee scandal 1 million times doesn't make it true. There was no wee scandal. You know, there were some legitimate concerns when we was selected about how we was selected. And there was a motion that we as Finance Committee had agreed to study in terms of how did the decision come about and how much money was actually spent in providing that contract over to we. And I want to remind everybody once again, and I know I said this last time, but sometimes repetition is important. For almost 2 months, we met over the summer to actually deliberate those questions. And again, transparency, oversight is absolutely critical. If there are questions or there's people might think that there's mistakes, it's absolutely important for us to be looking at that. I do want to remind also the public and the media and anybody else who's listening, it isn't typical for committees to actually be meeting during the summers, but it was extraordinarily important for us. Well, we're in a pandemic. I think initially we were meeting as Finance Committee to provide proper oversight in terms of the emergency support programs, which is absolutely appropriate. And then I think when the decision around to be selected for the Canada Summer Student Grant Program, when those came up, I think it was determined it was important for us to look at it. So I just want to remind people what we heard, because again, I want to continue to dispel the consistent sort of statements about we scandals or you know, we cover-ups. You know, there was no corruption. There's no corruption. We heard under oath from both of the Kielburgers, Craig and Mark Kielburger. We heard from Prime Minister Trudeau. We heard from Minister Morneau. We heard that they're not friends. They don't have each other's phone numbers. They don't socialize. There was zero attempt by anybody in our government to be able to select we for any personal benefit or to benefit people who might have been their friends. They're not personal friends. We also heard very clearly that we was selected by our civil servants. I was actually going through again Rachel Warnick's testimony. So there was a day where we had Ms. Warnick come in, we had Ms. Gina Wilson come in at the same day that we had I believe Bardish Chagger come in, Minister Bardish Chagger come in as well. And Ms. Warnick very clearly stated, she said, given the fact that we had very specific parameters, we had very quick timeframes, that it was suggested by the bureaucrats, by herself, that we could be the only organization that could actually deliver the program in the timeline and the time frame that we had asked them to do. And that was validated by Ms. Wilson, and it was also validated by our clerk of the Privy Council, Mr. Shugat. No misuse of funds. I mean, the other thing we were asked to look at was whether or not, like, how much money did we spend on all this? And what we heard was that all of the monies, well, at the time of our last meeting, it was that was about to be returned. I think it was in a bank account, and I think they just needed some final details. But my understanding is at this moment, all the dollars have been returned. We also heard that was zero profit to we. It was just costs that they were covering. And then the contribution agreement was selected because of the expediency of actually being able to deliver the actual program. And there were, I believe, I don't know if it was 13 or 17, but there was an extraordinary number of checkpoints to try to ensure that there was accountability for any of the dollars that were actually given to we for the delivery of the CSSG program, and to ensure that it was actually doing what it is that they meant to be doing. We talked about why it was rushed. We talked about why it was not a sole source contract and why it was a contribution agreement. We also gave lots of other examples of what other contribution agreements. We also proved time and time again that it was absolutely for students, that we actually made this decision in terms of selecting we because we absolutely wanted to support our students, and that this was just one of many, many, many programs in the over $9 billion that we've actually allocated to support students in a number of different programs. And during our last session, I did read out some of those programs. And if we do have to go on for a long time this evening, I'll continue to read sort of the full list of all the programs a little later. And there also, we talked, and I'll talk a little bit more about this in a minute, that although my colleague, Mr. Fraser, has done an excellent job about talking about there's no cover up in terms of the redacted document, I also want to continue to remind everyone that there continues to be 2 independent investigations by 2 outstanding long-term civil servants, our Auditor General, who will continue to provide oversight over the spending, including the CSSG program and all the other student programs and all the other programs that are currently underway. And we also have the ethics commissioner who is currently investigating both Minister Morneau, the former Minister of Finance, the Honourable Bill Morneau, and our Prime Minister, to see whether there indeed was any type of ethics investigation, ethics violation. So that is what we recall. I also want to address Mr. Poilievre's other point around a we cover-up. And again, mentioning a cover-up 1 million times does not make it a cover-up. There were 5,600 documents that were released. It could be a little bit more. Maybe it was 5,693. I'm not quite sure of the exact number. I'm just saying sort of approximately 5,600 documents that was released on the day that our Prime Minister announced the prorogation. Our Prime Minister made sure that those documents were actually released publicly before he actually prorogued government. I want to remind everybody that the 5,600 pages, any of the redactions that were made, it was made by our independent civil servants. That again has been validated by my colleague, or at least reminded as well by my colleague, Mr. Fraser. And this sub-amendment that is before us right now seeks to address any issues there might have in terms of that there was any political interference in trying to actually political interference in terms of making the decisions on what to be redacted. So what the sub-amendment is trying to do is trying to say, well, let's bring forward those senior civil servants whose job was to do the redactions. Let's bring them before this committee. Let's also bring them. Let's also bring forward our parliamentary law clerk as well as our legal counsel, parliamentary legal counsel, so that this committee can actually ask questions and so they can explain why the redactions happened, and to answer any questions that maybe has not been brought out into the open. And so that is what this sub-amendment to the amendment to the original motion is trying to do. And so I just, I want to sort of point out once again the 4 key parts of this sub-amendment, which is 1, it's to suspend the main motion and the amendment that Mr. Poilievre has proposed. So again, it's just suspending it. It's not eliminating it. It's not sort of putting it away. It's suspending it. The second, it's to convene a meeting. It's to have the chair authorized to schedule meetings with the witnesses, which is what I had mentioned to you before, the relevant deputy ministers or signatories of the transmittal letters. So those who were actually responsible for the actual redactions, as well as the law clerk and the parliamentary council of the House of Commons. The third part of it is that that's the second part, so that we do invite them. And then third is that we resume debate after we do those sessions to debate Mr. Poilievre's motion once the meetings have actually taken place. I know I don't want to have anybody think that there's anything that we're trying to cover up. I truly don't believe that there's anything we're trying to cover up. I have complete confidence in all of our civil servants that they have followed to the best of their ability to actually only redact those that deal with cabinet confidentiality, those that deal with any personal or personal related items or items that should not be disclosed, like conference call numbers or any items that might be completely irrelevant to the issue at hand. I completely have 100% confidence in our civil servants to be able to do that. Now I want to go for a couple of minutes just to what Mr. Julian had mentioned, that we are doing away with we're trying to do away with the pre-budget consultations. And so what I want to directly say to Mr. Julian is that there was an opportunity at the very onset of this meeting to support the chair's motion for us to actually vote on pre-budget consultations being sort of approved so that our clerk and the team of their clerk could actually already start selecting, calling witnesses, preparing for the meetings. We know that we have 793 submissions to make submissions and to also come before this committee. There's a lot of work ahead, and it's important work that Canadians really need us to do. And so I'd say, I think we have to make a decision as colleagues. Do we want to make our parliament work? That includes the work here on this committee. I genuinely and truly believe that each and every single one of us ran because we want to serve not only our local communities, but our country. And we really want to make the lives of the people that we're honored and privileged to serve much better. And I think that this particular moment in time is especially important because we're going through an unprecedented pandemic. It's a health crisis, it's an economic crisis, and Canadians need us more than ever to step up and use our best efforts to help them and to help our country through this unpredictable time. So this committee can provide that space for the pre-budget consultations so that we can hear out some of the best ideas from those that are being impacted in terms of both the short term and the long term. We can also hear from some of our economic and financial leaders. And I truly believe that if we make a decision today to move to pre-budget consultations, I think that you would have, at least on the government side, very willing partners to move forward as fast as possible. And so I really urge us to maybe find a way for us to unanimously approve going right to pre-budget consultation motion and moving as fast as possible to pre-budget consultation. I also want to make reference to a letter that our government House leader has submitted to the House leaders of each of the Bloc Québécois, the Conservative Party and the New Democratic Party. And I know that there were discussions behind the scenes about a special committee to oversee the investments in COVID-19. I'm not quite sure whether that's completely off the table. I would like to believe that maybe that possibly could still be on the table. I think it's a really great idea. It's a committee that would do two things. One is to provide continued oversight on COVID-19 spending. I do think that we need, particularly since we're spending over $300 billion, around 80 programs right now that we've actually introduced by now. I think it's really important for us to continue to be as transparent, as accountable, provide as much oversight, not only on federal spending, but I'd love us to also be able to ensure that we get the accountability in terms of all the dollars that we've also sent to the provinces and to the municipalities and to other groups, and make sure that the money is going to where it needs to go, that if there needs to be some adjustments that we're able to do so. And so I really like this proposed motion for the special committee. And I particularly like it because it would allow the Finance Committee, which had been doing some of this oversight already prior to the prorogation, it would allow us to engage fully and completely in pre-budget consultations, to focus on budget 2021 and the best recommendations and the best ideas and the best thinking that is out there. And have another committee provide that proper accountability and oversight. And it also includes that the committee also be given the mandate to take over the responsibility for the issue of the document redaction. So anything to do with anybody still worried about any of the redactions around the WE documents that were submitted. And I think that if there is some additional steps that need to be made, I think that is an option and a committee that could be looked at. So I think what I want to end off with, maybe at this point, because I have lots of other things to say, but I'll let some of my other colleagues talk. I do want to reiterate, there really is zero desire, at least on my side, and I truly believe I'm speaking for the government side, that for us to be going any longer than we need to. I think we're trying to find a path to pre-budget consultations as quickly as possible. And I think all these other motions, to be honest, are diversions, and they're unneeded diversions. And I think that they're diversions that we should find a way to maybe withdraw, simply because at this point in time, Canadians need us to step up um, and do the work at hand of pre-budget consultations and finding a way to restart our economy as quickly as possible, and to support them as workers, as Canadians, support our businesses as we try to come out of one of the largest, well, at least the largest health and economic crisis that we've had in almost 100 years. So I think with that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to sort of sign off at this part and allow the next speaker to speak. Thank you.
Sorry, folks. I have Mr. Fragaskatis next, and then Ms. Koutrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. And especially I'd like to thank Ms. Darowitz for reminding us about the importance of pre-budget consultations. I echo that sentiment completely. I know that I put that on the record last meeting, but I think we have to really, as members of Parliament, entrusted here to carry out the will of constituents, ask ourselves where we are in the country right now. And we are seized with the most significant crisis of our time. Thankfully, we have standing orders that lead us in the right direction, or should lead us in the right direction, Mr. Chair, if members want to acknowledge where we are and what needs to be done. I asked you in the previous meeting, Mr. Chair, and it was also a question for the clerk, about Standing Order 83.1 and what happens in instances where that standing order is not respected. Of course, Standing Order 83.1, as we all know, or should know, relates to pre-budget consultations. It calls specifically for the Finance Committee to carry out pre-budget consultations by a specified date. It's been a few days since that very lengthy meeting, Mr. Chair, and my memory is a bit foggy. Could you just remind me what happens when when a committee does not respect a standing order, in this case 83.1? What would be the consequences of that? And if you don't have that answer immediately at hand, feel free to interrupt. Chair's prerogative to do so, and you can provide it to me and to our committee. We would need a reminder on that. I think it's an important thing as we engage in discussions around this topic. It is something else that that bears emphasis, though. I've talked about the standing orders and the need to respect them. But let's also keep in mind that these standing orders exist for particular reasons. They didn't fall from the sky. They are the legacy of a long-established Westminster parliamentary tradition that over time, over decades and generations, has built up. And those standing orders, which are the rules or the foundation, are the constitution by which we engage one another in terms of parliamentary procedure. We have to follow those rules. So it's not as if this rule stands on its own and we can choose to respect it or ignore it. It exists for good reason. There are historic reasons behind the existence of standing orders, and I think that also needs to be put to colleagues. Furthermore, Mr. Chair, it is so surprising, well, perhaps not surprising, judging by the partisanship of the opposition parties, in particular the Conservatives, much more reasonable to engage with my colleague Mr. Samari and Mr. Julian, not to take anything away from what Conservative members add to this committee. When we have seen genuine meetings take place, they have contributed. Fair enough, we will disagree from time to time, perhaps most of the time, but I've seen every single Conservative member in the previous Parliament, and I'm sure I'll see that from the new members of the committee and Mr. Falk. And I've sat in on other committees where Mr. Falk has served on the Justice Committee. He made an important contribution there. And Ms. Jansen is a new member of Parliament. I would expect that she will also make a contribution here and bring ideas, particularly around issues of the environment, which I know she's worked in that field before as a small business person, if I'm not mistaken. In any case, it is something that I think we can all look forward to. We all bring our own experiences to these discussions, Mr. Chair. But I go back to the point that I began with. You might be wondering where I'm going with this. I'm wondering where was unanimous consent for pre-budget consultations? We're faced with a crisis, Mr. Chair. I would have expected that we would put partisanship completely aside to engage on this very important issue and matter before the committee. Ms. Darowitz is quite right, and her constituents are quite fortunate because they have a serious member of parliament who recognizes where the country is and what needs to be done. As I've said throughout, we need to have pre-budget consultations. We need to hear from the close to 800 stakeholders. 800 stakeholders, Mr. Chair, and correct me if I'm wrong. And again, you can verify this at your leisure. But I believe that is the highest number of requests that we've ever seen before at Finance Committee, period. That is a new record, so to speak, and one that is not unexpected at all. We see a crisis before us, and of course there's going to be an enormous number of stakeholders from right across the country who want to speak to us, and we have to hear them out. We should have seen tonight a unanimous consent motion pass for this committee to engage immediately, without reservation, towards a pre-budget consultation, but here we are. It's tremendously unfortunate, and I will tell you, Mr. Chair, as someone who's served now for a couple of years on the Finance Committee, that pre-budget consultations aren't simply an exercise. They really provide the foundation for what the Finance Committee does, which is to put forward opinions and thoughts in the form of recommendations that go directly to the Minister of Finance, that go directly to the Prime Minister for review. Now, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance have as their prerogative the ability to ignore those recommendations. I know that was the case in previous governments, for example. I don't mean to pick on the Conservatives, but a good number, most, in fact, from what I've heard from colleagues who worked on previous finance committees, good number of the recommendations made by finance committees that operated during the time of Stephen Harper, those recommendations were not adhered to. It was the PMO and the Department of Finance, but especially the PMO under Mr. Harper, that was setting the budget direction. And I won't say that's fine, but that's in the past, and I won't dwell on that. This particular government has taken a different approach, where members of parliament can actually, from across the aisles. Just yesterday, I saw, I'm in Ottawa right now, Mr. Chair. I saw yesterday a member of parliament on the Conservative side walk right over to the Minister of Health and hand the Minister of Health a letter on behalf of a constituent. The Minister of Health accepted that letter. It goes to show that there is this engagement, this openness, which one could argue is in fact a characteristic of the Westminster system, which, as we all know, allows for a direct interaction between the opposition, especially Her Majesty's loyal opposition, and the government. Mr. Chair, in fact, this reminds me of things that you have said in Parliament yourself. I remember you giving a passionate speech, this was a number of months ago, where you spoke about the ability of members of Parliament to engage directly with the executive, to whether it's hand them a letter on behalf of constituents, whether it is in previous times prior to the pandemic, sit down with them and talk about an issue of relevance and importance. This speaks to what the Westminster system allows for, that direct engagement, in contrast to the presidential system. I gave a speech in Parliament yesterday, and at the opening, Mr. Chair, I talked about how, in fact, one of the ways that I think that the Westminster system stands as a contrast, and it's a positive contrast, is that unlike the presidential system where there's not that direct engagement between opposition and government, the Westminster system allows that very direct engagement. So here we have a committee in the opposition. I'm speaking mostly to them here. We can come together as a committee and put forward ideas that will be looked at in a very serious way by the government, because that principle is built into the system itself, is built into the Westminster system. The government has to look at what this committee puts forward, opines on, in the form of recommendations. And I said before that these pre-budget consultations have helped to really structure, I think was the word I used, my approach in the Finance Committee, because the most important thing a government can do, apart from certainly respecting the physical security of citizens and ensuring it, is look at a budget that provides for all their other basic needs, all the other basic needs that citizens rightly expect their government to fulfill. Without a budget, there really is there's no reason for government, one could argue. So I think it's the most important work that this committee can do. We had an opportunity tonight to proceed immediately to that. But again, my colleagues in the opposition have stood in the way, which is so incredibly unfortunate. I say that again. I'm just stunned at where we are. What did we hear instead? Instead, we heard Mr. Poilievre, who, by the way, Mr. Chair, I have no personal qualm with. I think that Mr. Poilievre has a particular approach to his role as an MP. Some can disagree with it. I know his colleagues will agree with it. He's a long and experienced member of the House, and I suppose that the style he employs, what he brings to the job and how he engages in it, is based on a recognition on his part, at least, that it's something that works for him. So I won't comment on that. But when Mr. Poilievre puts things on the record that simply are not true, and my colleagues will forgive me for I had a few points of order when Mr. Poilievre was speaking. It was not meant, Mr. Chair, as a way to disrespect the member, disrespect the proceedings of the committee. I just thought that it was relevant to introduce a point of order to make sure that the record, that the blues reflect fact. So when Mr. Poilievre says things like the government allocated a certain amount of money to the We Charity, that is simply false. He said that hundreds of millions of dollars went to the We Charity. The number he used was $500 million. And perhaps, the pandemic has been a long one, and we had a long meeting last week. So perhaps all of that has built up and is affecting Mr. Poilievre's judgment. I'm not sure, but just a reminder that the $500 million figure actually relates to the Canada Student Service Grant. There was $500+ million that was going to go towards the Canada Student Service Grant to allow that program to function. It was not, absolutely not going to go to We Charity. There was $43 million that was going to go to We Charity so that the organization could administer the program, Mr. Chair, but all of that money was going to be reimbursed. And it's my understanding that any monies that have been paid to We Charity by the government have been paid back. So the long and the short of it, Mr. Chair, on that point is that no money was given to, is in the pocket now of We Charity. And when the opposition, as we heard here today with Mr. Poilievre, yesterday I was in the House and I heard a number of Conservative MPs speaking to the Opposition Day motion, which in and of itself is a separate matter. I don't think I'll touch it on it here. It depends. But Mr. Chair, what a ridiculous motion that was when we could be talking about the issues of the day, talking about the wage subsidy, talking about improving rent, talking about any number of the Canada Recovery benefits, the need to support young people. These are things that
Point
really,
of order.
Well, and now I'm being interrupted. And I had
mm,
good things to say about Mr. Julian before, but I don't
Mr.
know why the
Fragis, there is a
interruptions.
point of
Sure.
order from
Okay.
Mr. Julian. Sorry, my mic was off there. Mr. Julian, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Relevance. We're going to start cracking down on the filibuster where there is a move away from relevance. There is a long-standing tradition that you can take 15 or 20 seconds and deviate. But if what we're hearing now is Liberal members have no new content to add, we really should proceed to the vote.
Mr. Chair, with all
Fragis, as close to relevance as you can.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. As we just saw, Ms. Darowitz introduced a put forward a motion on or raised the idea of pre-budget consultations. I'm speaking about pre-budget consultations and their importance. I'm in fact very surprised that Mr. Julian would interrupt, and I quite like Peter, I quite like Mr. Julian in terms of his the approach that he brings.
Point of order.
I'm not sure. I gave a compliment, Mr. Julian.
A point of order here, Mr. Julian.
This is not relevant to the sub-amendment, and so with respect, Mr. Chair, the rules are very clear. Mr. Fragis has to be relevant to the sub-amendment discussion, and if he has nothing further to say on that,
I have much to say.
To the vote.
Okay, to the motion that's on the floor, Mr. Fragis.
I have much to say.
As close as you can.
I will talk about the sub-amendment, Mr. Chair. I'm about to do that. I just wanted to acknowledge the comments of my colleague, Ms. Darowitz, that brought forward the idea, the very important one, that we move to a pre-budget consultation. And I wanted to correct the record that Mr. Poliev, some of the things that he said, I think the parliamentary record should be accurate. I think I've done that now. Colleagues, I think in the House yesterday, I was one of them, corrected the record of what was exchanged in the House. But I leave that there. Mr. Julian should be happy because I'm going to talk about the sub-amendment here, which I think is eminently reasonable, Mr. Chair. Extremely reasonable. What does it call for? It does not dismiss what the opposition is talking about. That would have been the approach of previous governments. I'm thinking especially of Mr. Harper, but not to pick on him. There are other examples that that one could cite, but very interesting to hear Conservative members go on about democracy and transparency and accountability. I'm about to talk about the sub-amendment, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, we're seeing repetition and we are seeing lack of relevance. If Mr. Fragis no longer has anything to say about the sub-amendment, we should proceed to a vote, because he is now repeating comments that he's made previously, and he is not relevant to the question at hand.
Mr. Fragis, go ahead and we'll see where it leads.
Yeah, well, I pick up where I left off. I'm surprised because I had started talking about the sub-amendment, Mr. Chair. One that I said before is a very reasonable one. It calls on what? It calls on public servants to testify regarding the redactions applied to the documents in question. What is wrong with that, Mr. Chair? Why would we want to muzzle our public servants who have performed so admirably during this pandemic? I had a conversation with a friend of mine earlier today who was asking me about all the various programs and how they're actually put together. It is a truism in politics that we as the elected officials quite often, if not almost always, get the credit. That should not be the case, Mr. Chair. Our public servants deserve so much credit because they have had such a great role when it comes to the policy design of the various programs, and we know what those programs are. But what's at stake if we don't adopt the sub-amendment, if we don't allow public servants to come and explain to our committee why they decided to take certain decisions regarding redactions? I would say to you and say to my colleagues that we have violated a very important principle relating to fairness. And fairness, Mr. Chair, is ultimately a question of justice. That is not something that is just a recognition on my part. There's a long established philosophical tradition in liberalism in general, but I think if you look across the philosophical spectrum, if I can put it that way, you will find conceptions of justice that are ultimately rooted in fairness. Ultimately, when we talk about fairness, we're really talking about justice. And for me, Mr. Chair, it's about John Rawls. I'm passionate about politics for many reasons.
But point of order.
Here we go again, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to speak to the sub-amendment. I'm trying to put some meat on the bones to the argument.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Julian.
Again, I question relevance on the sub-amendment, and I question repetition, Mr. Chair. If Mr. Fragiskatos has nothing new to add, and he is not going to stay relevant to the topic, we should proceed to a vote.
I believe, Mr. Julian, that the sub-amendment relates to the document packages and evidence that may or may not be in them. I do believe in this case, Mr. Fragiskatos is providing background information on that last point. Go ahead, Mr. Fragiskatos.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. Where was I now? I was making the point that fairness, questions of fairness, and those questions are at play if we were to deny, and I hope we won't, if we were to deny public servants the opportunity to come to committee, as the Conservatives especially want to do. Questions of fairness are ultimately questions of justice. I was talking about John Rawls, who is probably the philosopher who recognized this the most, or who's credited with it, with a theory of justice that's rooted in fairness. And I don't mean to quote philosophers in an arrogant way, Mr. Chair. We all have our interests and passions. Philosophy is one of my interests, but I don't use it in a way as a stick, so to speak. Here at committee, I just use it as a way it provides me with a foundation for how to understand various questions that we are seized with, including the sub-amendment. As I said, by calling on public servants to come and speak, it offers them an opportunity to put to us the rationale for their decisions. If we say no to those public servants, then we are denying them their ability to speak. We are in effect muzzling them, Mr. Chair, and I used that word earlier. I think it makes sense to repeat that word. We are denying them free speech, free thought, and especially fair legal treatment. I'm using these words directly from John Rawls. In A Theory of Justice, which is probably, well, no doubt actually, his most famous work, published in 1971, but still extremely relevant. If my colleagues have not had a chance to read Rawls, that's a good place to start. He asks the question of what makes up a just society, and he says a number of things, but key characteristics: the ability to vote has to be entrenched, the ability to seek office has to be made available, but also free speech, free thought, and especially fair legal treatment have to be encouraged. All those are the key characteristics of what a free society looks like, and a fair society, and therefore a just society. As I said, Rawls' conception of justice conception of fairness rather is ultimately rooted in his. I'm bouncing it around. I'm sorry. His notion of justice is rooted in fairness. To get directly to it, by denying public servants the ability to come and speak to our committee, I would submit to my colleagues in the opposition who are holding this up that we would not be acting in a just way. They are entitled. They are, as human beings, they are entitled to fair treatment, and therefore public servants coming to our committee to put on the record their thoughts is something that should happen. I think the motion, the sub-amendment is incredibly fair and just in that regard, Mr. Chair. What would we say if they couldn't come? What would we say if we denied them that right? We would be saying that, in effect, this committee has endorsed the notion that the that free speech doesn't matter, that free thought doesn't matter, and especially this idea of fair and equal legal treatment that Rawls talks about. I think it's applicable here. We would be commenting on matters that involve public servants, but not offering an opportunity for those public servants to justify decisions and to speak to us. I'm especially surprised with, and I don't mean to single out Mr. Julian, but if Mr. Julian can't get behind this this sub-amendment, I would be surprised, because I've heard him speak at great length regarding his respect and admiration for the public service. I remember in the summer, Mr. Chair, when we had the PSAC, the Public Service Alliance of Canada, the union that represents public servants in this country. I don't think it's the only union that does so, but it is probably the most well-known. Mr. Julian spoke glowingly about his respect for that organization and all public servants. He regularly pointed to the appreciation he had for public servants who throughout the pandemic have contributed endless hours away from their families in the spirit of designing programs that are ultimately benefiting Canadians. We are seeing Canadians enjoy now, and I use enjoy in context, obviously we're in a pandemic, but those Canadians are able to provide for their families because of things like the CERB, because of things like the wage subsidy and all the various other programs. Businesses are allowed to exist because of the work.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Again, relevance, Mr. Chair, and repetition. The Liberal members are repeating themselves now. They are not relevant to the debate at all. They are holding up a whole range of things, including our ability to actually schedule pre-budget hearings. I think if there's nothing left to say, nothing new and nothing relevant, that we should proceed to the vote.
The sub-amendment, Mr. Julian, is quite broad if somebody wants to read it out, because it does relate to public servants. It relates to the law clerk, to the parliamentary council, to get testimony regarding
Mr. Chair?
The redactions. So I don't think Mr. Fragiskatis is far off relevance at this time. He has been before. But I don't believe at this time he is, Mr. Fragiskatis.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll respectfully disagree, but the respect I have for you is such that I won't carry on that disagreement. I believe I've always been relevant, but if colleagues will deviate from that and put forward a different idea, including yourself, that's fine. You did mention something there that is important. You talked about the text of the sub-amendment. Perhaps, and I am very passionate about the issues I'm bringing up here, ideas of fairness, ideas of justice. I won't apologize for that passion, but just so we're on the same page, it would make sense for me to read into the record the sub-amendment in question so that we're all on the same page, and I'll do that now. The sub-amendment states as follows, that the committee requests the complete package of documents provided to the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons by relevant deputy ministers or the signatories of the transmittal letters, as well as the final package of documents that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons approved for release. That both of the document packages be provided to the committee no later than October 19th, 2020, and that after the committee reviews the two different versions of documents, the committee invite each of the relevant deputy ministers or the signatories of transmittal letters, as well as the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons, to give testimony regarding the redactions applied to the documents that were requested and granted in the motion adopted on July 7th, 2020. This is the part of the motion that I was touching on before I was interrupted by my honorable colleague. It continues, and that until such a time as this testimony is complete, debate on the main motion and amendment from Mr. Poilievre be suspended, and that the chair be authorized to schedule these witnesses and convene a meeting to resume debate on Mr. Poilievre's motion once these meetings have taken place. So that is the, I think we're all caught up now if we weren't already. That is the text of the sub-amendment. And I ask my honorable colleagues in the opposition, here you have Liberal members willing to put I won't even say water in our wine, because we've never really been against transparency and accountability here. We are absolutely for it, but we raise our points on the basis of a fundamental belief that public servants shouldn't just be talked about. When we're discussing their decisions, we should be able to ask them about their decisions, and on the basis of fairness, on the basis of justice, that we allow those public servants to speak, to share their perspective. I know that my colleagues, not my colleagues, but the one particular colleague that stands out, Mr. Poliev, continues to point to redacted documents and say that, well, this it continues to draw a line between documents that have been redacted and link that to his, only in his mind is it making sense, some sort of a plot on the part of the government to withhold information. Nothing could be further from the truth. I was very happy to hear earlier from my colleague, Mr. Fraser, kind of put things into context, talk about the importance of cabinet confidence, talk about the, recognizing that, which is a long established principle. Documents that have been redacted are not documents that that the government was trying and public servants were trying to hide from the committee. Redactions happen because of reasons relating to cabinet confidence. As something that my colleague from Carleton, Mr. Poliev, recognized. He suddenly forgot it. When he went into opposition, I guess he forgot it. But in 2014, Mr. Chair, when he was asked about a briefing book, including the table of contents, if I remember correctly, he was asked a question by an NDP member of Parliament, again in 2014, about these redactions that were in Mr. Poliev's purview and possession. In the response given, this time as a member, not just a Conservative member of Parliament, but also the minister responsible for democratic institutions, which placed Mr. Poliev in a very good position because as someone responsible for democratic institutions, he will know all about cabinet confidences and the what that means, especially in the Westminster parliamentary tradition. When he said, for example, in the response from the NDP on the issue of redactions, he said as follows: Mr. Speaker, the decision on what to reveal is made by nonpartisan public servants for whom it has long been a tradition not to reveal cabinet confidences. That has been the case going back to all previous governments of all party stripes. Mr. Chair, that is a key point of relevance that we have to acknowledge as a committee. In fact, I want to repeat it, Mr. Chair, because we need to be crystal clear on these points. He replied in 2014, Mr. Poliev did, Mr. Speaker, the decision on what to reveal is made by nonpartisan public servants for whom it has long been a tradition not to reveal cabinet confidences. That has been the case going back to all previous governments of all party stripes. So he recognizes the importance of cabinet confidence. We heard earlier about cabinet confidence in relation to redacted documents. Nothing nefarious, nothing out of sort, nothing unethical here, Mr. Chair. Cabinet confidence is very important. And that's the long and the short of it, Mr. Chair. It really is absolutely vital that we understand these things in context. If members of the opposition want to play games with this and try and trick Canadians by somehow connecting the dots in a certain way, rearranging the pieces in the puzzle so that it creates a particular narrative to suit their interests, I suppose they can do that. But what this committee should be doing is embracing the idea of fairness, number one, this sub-amendment that's been proposed is one that allows for the transparency and accountability that the government is talking about, but does so in a way that does not exclude the opportunity of public servants to come and speak. We can ask them about questions relating to cabinet confidence. Mr. Poilievre, I'd be interested to hear the questions that he has when he raises, as I expect that he would, seeing as though he, at least at one time, understood how the principle operated. But he could put questions about cabinet competence to them, and we would see what the matter is and what the opposition is so troubled by. In fact, and what I think will ultimately come to a conclude, Mr. Chair, is that ultimately we're fighting here about the need for cabinet confidence to be held back, and also the private information in the form of phone numbers and other things, the names of kids and things like that of public servants. I wonder, if the Conservatives were in power when, if such issues came up, what side of the debate they would be on. In fact, we just heard what side of the debate they were on just in 2014, Mr. Chair. Let's get back to the issues that are truly important. We need to see legislation passed in Parliament because these are spending matters, and as a matter of course, they need to be put in place through legislation. I'm talking, of course, about the updates to the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. I'm talking, of course, about updates to the Canada Emergency Business Account. I'm speaking also of the rent support that Canadians deserve, frankly. And let's get back to that work, Mr. Chair. I'll let Mr.
Point of
Julian finish
order
his point of order
by
yep.
Mr. McLeod first, I believe, and then Mr. Julian. Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking on my screen, and I don't know if we still have a quorum. Can we do a quorum count?
Okay. Yes, we have it now. We were a little close there. Go ahead. Mr. Julian, you had a point of order?
Well, yes, Mr. Chairman, it's 2 and 2, so it was obviously we did have quorum. But again, question relevance and repetition. I do appreciate a good filibuster, Mr. Chair. As you know, my record is 16 hours to head off the softwood lumber sellout, but you can't repeat and you have to stay relevant. And Mr. Fragiskatos has strayed wildly from that. So I would ask you to rein him in so he sticks to the issue and he doesn't repeat himself, which he has done now numerous occasions. And that would allow us to have the vote if he doesn't have anything more to say.
Is okay, Mr. Fragiskatos, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm coming to the end of my remarks here. But I do take issue with Mr. Julian and other members of the opposition. I think Mr. Poilievre used the term before, filibuster. I don't consider this a filibuster as much as I do a spirited debate between colleagues who are on opposite sides of important issues. And I won't apologize for being passionate about the issues at hand here. So I will, as a matter of parliamentary privilege, actually, I will exercise my opportunity to put arguments forward as I see fit. Have I been accused of being long-winded before? Well, certainly by my opposition colleagues, yes, but I haven't seen Liberal colleagues intervene to tell me to stop speaking. So that is at least heartening. I'll also mention, Mr. Chair, and I hope committee members didn't take it as disrespect. When I was reading into the record, the sub-amendment in its entirety, I was reading from my phone, and my cousin sent me a picture of his newborn niece. So it brought a smile to my face. And
now this isn't relevant, Mr. Fragiskatos.
That's fine. I just received a picture, and if there was a smile on my face, that's why it was there. And I hope colleagues will understand that. As someone who of Greek heritage, I'm incredibly family oriented, and so when I saw a picture of
going to
FINA,
relevance,
then,
Mr. Fragaskatis.
No, I'm coming to the end, but I just wanted to clarify, and I didn't get any message regarding a smile or anything like that, but I thought I owed it to colleagues to provide an explanation. So that's how I feel, Mr. Chair. You've heard my thoughts on the pre-budget consultations. You've heard my thoughts about the sub-amendment. As someone who takes very seriously the idea of fairness and an idea of fairness that's really all about justice. Someone takes very seriously the need to hear from Canadians from coast to coast to coast regarding the pandemic. We should get on with the business of this committee. But shall we begin? I would propose to colleagues.
By voting.
No.
Let's have the vote.
No, I'm sorry, Mr.
Have the vote and move on.
Shall we actually take seriously this sub-amendment, which is something that that I hope and I'm talking to the opposition colleagues here, I hope my opposition colleagues will come on board and recognize the merit of the sub-amendment. Why they haven't so far is beyond me, but perhaps they can explain that. I'll stop there, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll turn now to Ms. Koutrakis, followed by Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. And to my colleague across the way, Mr. Julian, I hope you won't call me out on relevance on what I'm about to say. I'm in a celebratory mood, if you will, because this is my first anniversary, my 1 year that I'm a member of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. Thank you for that. So I just, swayed a little bit to just say that I'm very honored to be amongst my colleagues around the table on this very important finance committee and all the important work that we do and we will continue to do. It's a shame that we didn't have unanimous consent to go forward with the pre-budget consultations. But having said that, I don't want to repeat all the for all the reasons that my colleagues have said. So I will attempt to go through some what type of information was redacted and why. And I am really pleased to address this motion before the committee. As members know, the motion for production of papers called for all briefing notes, memos, emails, including the contribution agreement between the government and the organization from senior officials prepared for or sent to any minister regarding the design and creation of the Canada Student Service Grant, as well as any written correspondence and records of other correspondence with We Charity and Me to We from March 20 to be provided to the committee no later than August 8, 2020. That matters of cabinet confidence and national security be excluded from the request, and that any redactions necessary, including to protect the privacy of Canadian citizens and permanent residents whose names and personal information may be included in the documents, as well as public servants who have been providing assistance on this matter, be made by the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council of the House of Commons. In response to the Thank you. In response to the motion for production of papers, government departments retrieved records that responded to the committee's motion. In doing so, and as directed and allowed by the committee's motion, certain information was redacted. In fact, in some instances, information was provided beyond what the motion stipulated. And we have mentioned this before. My colleagues have stressed this point in the past, but I think it merits repeating it. For example, in the case of the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, or ISED, after a thorough search and retrieval, it retrieved all records from the department that responded to the committee's motion. For that department, for example, this represented less than 100 pages of records responsive to the motion. Of that, only a small portion was redacted, consistent with the parameters of the motion and the principles and laws set out in the Access to Information and Privacy Acts. As is the practice in applying the Access to Information and Privacy Act, the goal was to release as much information as possible. In fact, as an example, in ISED's response, only 2 exemptions and 1 exclusion was applied. In the context of the Access to Information Act, an exemption can be explained as a mandatory or discretionary provision under the Access to Information Act or the Privacy Act that authorizes the head of a government institution to refuse the disclosure of information in response to an access of privacy request. Additionally, in the same context, an exclusion can be explained as being a provision of both the Access or Privacy Act that removes certain records from the application of the legislation. Of the 2 exemptions used, only 1 reference was redacted under subparagraph 16(2)(c) of the Access to Information Act, which is a discretionary injury test exemption providing protection for information that could reasonably be expected to facilitate the commission of an offense. Paragraphs A, B, and C provide examples of the types of information to which this exemption may apply. The examples specify information: A, on criminal methods or techniques; B, that is technical information relating to weapons or potential weapons; or C, on the vulnerability of particular buildings or other structures or systems, including computer or communication systems or methods employed to protect such buildings or other structures or systems. In ISED's case, the redacted reference detailed ISED's network path, the disclosure of which could reasonably have been expected to facilitate the commission of an offense. The Government of Canada's network structures consist of vulnerable system aspects that should be safeguarded and not be disclosed in order to prevent providing potential hackers and information that could help them illegally hack Government of Canada systems. I am sure that everybody on the Finance Committee would agree to that point. In refusing access to the file path, the public interest was considered and possible injury described above outweighed that interest. However, in the public interest, the name of the document was left unredacted in order to remain as transparent as possible while continuing to protect ISED's specific network information. All institutions are committed to safeguarding personal information, and the release of the file path could have conceivably led to an unauthorized access of the network. Mr. Chair, in this instance, information was exempted to prevent such a possible breach, and only after careful consideration. The second exemption used, Section 19(1) of the Access to Information Act, was applied on less than 1% of ISED's total documents. It is important to understand that the purpose of Section 19 of the Access to Information Act is to strike a balance between the right of the public to access information in records under the control of a government institution and the right of each individual to his or her privacy. Section 19 incorporates by reference Section 3 and 8 of the Privacy Act, which are essential for the interpretation and application of this exemption. When deciding as to whether something constitutes personal information, one must not forget that the intent of the subsection 19(1) and its incorporation of Section 3 of the Privacy Act is to protect the privacy or identity of individuals who may be mentioned in releasable material. The subject of the 2 acts read together is that information must be provided to the public except where it relates to personal information about identifiable individuals. Although subsection 19(1) of the Access to Information Act is a mandatory exemption based on a class test, it is subject to 3 exceptions in subsection 19(2) of the Act. Subsection 19.2 of the Act allows for permissive disclosure in 3 circumstances. The information may be disclosed if 1, the individual to whom it relates consents to the disclosure. 2, if the information is publicly available. And 3, if the disclosure is in accordance with Section 8 of the Privacy Act. In Fontaine versus the RCMP, the Federal Court of Appeal commented that the obligation under paragraph 19.2a is at most to make reasonable efforts to seek consent of the individuals concerned, and that what is reasonable must take into account the practical difficulties that may exist to find and locate the individuals. It is up to each institution to determine whether it is appropriate to seek consent. In preparing the records for this committee's consideration, care was taken by ISED, for example, to obtain consent to disclose certain personal information from exempt staff referenced in the material, and in collaboration with other government departments, the staff from We Charity in accordance with the provisions of the Privacy Act. The final redaction applied by the department was the exclusion of information that was classified as a confidence of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. We are all aware of how our government cabinet system works, and I'm quickly finding out as a new member, and how important and essential it is to keep the collective decision-making process protected by the rule of confidentiality in order to be able to continue to engage in full and frank discussions. The Access to Information Act, Section 69, allows for the exclusion of confidence of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada, which are defined in the Act as information contained in 6 types of documents. The types of records are described as follows. A, memoranda, the purpose of which is to present proposals or recommendations to Council. B, discussion papers, the purpose of which is to present background explanations, analysis of problems or policy options to Council for consideration by Council in making decisions. C, agenda of Council or records recording deliberations or decisions of Council. D, records used for or reflecting communications or discussions between ministers of the Crown on matters relating to the making of government decisions or the formulation of government policy. E, records, the purpose of which is to brief ministers of the Crown in relation to matters that are before or are proposed to be brought before Council or that are subject of communications or discussions referred to in paragraph D. F, draft legislation. And G, records that contain information about the contents of any record within a class of records referred to in paragraphs A to F. The determination of the cabinet confidence is not done by the head of the institution alone. It requires the Access to Information Office within a government institution to consult with its departmental legal services unit in all instances where information that may qualify as a confidence of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada has been identified in response to a request under the Act, or in this case, a motion for the production of paper. All of this was considered, Mr. Chair, and legal services consulted when the redaction was applied on the confidence of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. As members know, the committee's motion stipulates that cabinet confidences and national security information are to be excluded from the package. In the case of ISED, no information was withheld on the grounds of national security since the information did not so pertain.
Ms. Katrakis, just to interrupt, and Mr. Falk, I have you on here twice. Okay, one of you disappeared. We are there. We're back to normal now. Mr. Falk was showing up in double.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair, but my battery was running low on my one device, and so I had to switch to the other.
Not a problem. I just
Yeah, I
wondered what was happening.
this. I hadn't anticipated this endless and meaningless rhetoric.
Oh, I see. Okay, Ms. Koutrakis, and we are short some members. I just remind members of the committee they should be in attendance, especially when it's the one that moved the original motion. Ms. Koutrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry to hear that my honorable colleague thinks that this is, useless rhetoric. We are trying to establish relevance, and why the very competent and professional public servants, when they were doing the redactions, what kinds of information were kept in mind. And I will continue. With respect to cabinet confidence.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order from Mr. Fragaskatis.
The interruption is not towards Ms. Koutrakis. She knows the respect I have for her, but she did touch on an important point there. Parliamentary language that is unparliamentary needs to be identified as such. The word useless to describe the words of my colleague and other colleagues is just not on, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Point made, Ms. Koutrakis.
And I will continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to cabinet confidences, however, ISED in fact provided information to the committee on the Canada Student Service Grant that was a cabinet confidence. This is in keeping with the public disclosures of information on this matter made by members of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. A principled approach was adopted to this information to ensure a non-selective application of the protection afforded by cabinet confidentiality. Mr. Chair, I should add, in determining the appropriate redactions, institutions also draw on the Access to Information Manual of the Treasury Board of Canada's Secretariat, which contains discretionary administrative guidelines to help government institutions administer the legislation and meet policy requirements. It is a detailed guide that explains the requirements of the Act, the regulations, and related policy instruments. It also contains policy advice, practical interpretations, and best practices. Where appropriate, relevant case law is cited, and excerpts are sometimes reproduced. The Treasury Board Secretariat is responsible for issuing direction and guidance to government institutions with respect to the administration of the Access to Information Act and interpretation of this policy. This ensures a consistent approach and understanding across institutions. The work of TBS is critical and is complemented by the knowledge and experience of the members of the Access to Information teams across government. Consultations form a key part of their work. These include consultations with other parts of the institution, as well as with other departments and third parties when required. Redactions are only applied following the necessary outreach to those who provided the documents in order to obtain a clear understanding of why they believe that a redaction should be applied. The same process applies when analyzing the documents retrieved to response to a parliamentary committee. Redactions are applied carefully and only after a thorough round of consultations have taken place. Mr. Chair, the goal throughout the process of preparing the documents for the committee was to release as much information as possible while respecting the relevant acts and in line with the intent of the committee's motion. It is a reflection of the duty to assist embedded in the Access to Information Act that institutions seek to fully understand a request in order to provide the most documents possible in response. Mr. Chair, I hope my remarks today help members understand in some instances the scope and nature of the redactions that were applied. In the case of ISED, the decision on what information to publish or release and what information to protect or redact, as in all information requests, including this committee's, was made in keeping with the spirit of the Access to Information Act, the spirit of openness and transparency, and based on the principle and commitment to open government. And this is why, Mr. Chair, I have to reiterate at this point, unless we invite the relevant, senior department heads deputy ministers who, and their, along with their teams, did the redacting to explain why they redacted the information that they did. I'm not sure how we could go forward as a committee to vote on something that, you know, that is key information that is missing to me as a member of the Finance Committee to ensure that I fully understand before I cast my vote. So I, you know, urge my honorable committee members to, you know, let's step up, let's do the right thing. Let's, you know, vote on what is relevant here. Let's get back to doing the very important work that we were all elected to do. And it's certainly an honor and a privilege to be on the Finance Committee. We should be looking at pre-budget consultations. I don't want to exhaust that point. All of us have discussed that, and I am confident and certain that my colleagues across the way feel the same way. It's just a matter of agreeing how to get there. So let's do what we have to do. Let's do what we were elected to do. Let's get on with the very important work that the Finance Committee has to do. And hopefully we can get through this tonight. And if we do have another meeting tomorrow, it'll be on pre-budget consultations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kotrakis.
Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Julian.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to say to Ms. Kotrakis through you that that was perfect, no repetition and relevant. And so I was impressed as a filibuster document. But if Liberal staffers are spending all this time preparing these speeches, they could be actually doing better things if we had the vote and moved on to the pre-budget hearings.
I imagine Ms. Kotrakis thanks you, but I believe you're beyond your point of order. Ms. Kotrakis, thank you. Followed by Mr. Fraser and then Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Fraser, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to contribute further to the debate on the sub-amendment. Again, the sub-amendment is trying to cure multiple defects, but one in particular is the problem that exists because of the incomplete document disclosure that was not incomplete by virtue of a decision of the government, but instead by the ineffective transmission of certain documents, specifically the remittal letters. What I want to do, and frankly, before I get into the specific pieces around documents that have been redacted and why they've been redacted, which is the subject of the sub-amendment. I know different members have made statements about getting to the bottom of this, and I can't help but feel and feel I should put on the record that that we have in fact gotten to the bottom of it. What has happened is the Prime Minister himself has admitted that he'd made a mistake and should have recused himself from the conversation around the Canada Student Service Grant. And nevertheless, the government has produced thousands of pages explaining in unimaginable detail specifically what had taken place. The argument.
Sorry, point of order.
Sorry, Peter, I was on mute. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize to Mr. Fraser. I just wanted to clarify with the clerk that the table has the replacement papers for Daniel Blakey, he'll be taking on for the next few hours this delightful finance filibuster.
Madam Clerk, I believe you have the papers. Is that correct?
Yes, we've received the documentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We hate to lose you, Peter. I will miss that orange background that I always seen behind you. Sharp for the eye. Okay, Mr. Fraser.
And my friend Mr. Julian will be disappointed. I was excited about what was coming next. Mr. Chair, the issue one of the issues I keep coming back to is the inability to understand the context of the documents that have been produced in the absence of the letters that have explained why certain redactions have been made. Specifically, if we look, for example, at the remittal letter that the opposition seems to insist should not be produced. This comes from the clerk of the Privy Council and secretary to the cabinet. It was a letter dated August 7th that accompanied disclosure sent to David Gagnon, who, of course, well known to members of this committee as the clerk at the time. It said, "Dear Mr. Gagnon, I'm pleased to provide records from the Privy Council Office, PCO, that were requested under the motion adopted by the Standing Committee on Finance on July 7th, 2020, in relation to the committee study on the We Charity and the Canada Student Services Grant, which was attached as Annex 1. I'm also pleased to provide information related to the undertakings that I agreed to at my appearance before the committee on July 21st, 2020, which were as follows. 1, a detailed timeline of events. Attached at Annex 2 is a timeline describing PCO's knowledge of and involvement with the file. 2, a full list of organizations that were consulted on program development. In the sub-bullets, it says on Friday, July 24th, 2020, the Department of Employment and Social Development Canada, ESDC, provided the committee with a list of the National Coalition member organizations of the Canada Services Corps, who ESDC spoke with in March and April of 2020. The next sub-bullet says, I'm told on April 9th, 2020, Department of Finance officials were provided with a report on stakeholder outreach regarding support for students during the COVID-19 context. 3, PCO media monitoring from the dates when Margaret and Alexandre Trudeau had speaking engagements for We Charity. I can confirm that PCO media monitoring does not have any media content of the public appearances for either Margaret Trudeau or Alexandre Trudeau. The PCO Media Centre monitors coverage and the Government of Canada priorities, programs and services, and does not monitor media coverage related to the relatives of the Prime Minister or their public appearances. Number 4, all communications between PMO staff and PCO staff, the Finance Minister's Office and PCO, and the Finance Minister's Office and the Finance Department relating to the We Charity Contribution Agreement and the CSSG. These communications are included in Annex 1 and in the package from the Department of Finance. Number 5, names of participants, notes, and recording of mid-April meeting between Rachel Wernick, Michelle Kovacevic, and whether PCO personnel were aware of the meeting taking place and participated. The sub-bullets say, I'm told that a teleconference between officials with Department of Finance, ESDC, was held on the evening of April 18th, 2020. The participants included Michelle Kovacevic, who is the ADM for Federal Provincial Relations and Social Policy Branch with the Department of Finance, Susie McDonald, Associate Assistant Deputy Minister, Federal Provincial Relations and Social Policy Branch, again with Finance, Benoit Robidoux, the ADM at ESDC, Rachel Wernick, of course, who appeared before this committee, Senior ADM, Skills and Employment Branch, Employment and Social Development Canada, Anik Baudry, Director General, Learning Policy, Partnerships and Service with ESDC. No officials from PCO participated in the call or were aware of the meeting. There is no recording of the meeting. Meeting notes that were taken by Rachel Wernick in an email thread about setting up the call are attached at Annex 4. Due diligence analysis of any financial scrutiny undertaken with regard to the We Charity during this process. Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Fragascatis, point of order.
Again, it's not my intent to interrupt colleagues, but I noticed that Mr. Polyev has been missing for about 20 minutes, and I did say that I've on a one-on-one level, I don't find Pierre to be a bad guy, so I'm just checking in. Is he all right? Is everything?
I don't think that's a point of order, Mr.
Well, it's just care for a colleague, Mr. Chair. I don't see him, and he hasn't come back on screen. Okay. So, if conservative staff can check.
Thank you for your point of information, but we'll go to Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Continuing on, I was at bullet number 6, I believe. The due diligence analysis of any financial scrutiny undertaken with regard to the We Charity during this process. The sub-bullets attached at Annex 5, you will find the detailed explanation prepared by ESDC of the controls embedded in the contribution agreement to ensure stewardship and appropriate use of funds, as well as a brief overview of the typical process used to evaluate projects and recipients. The next bullet, further information relating to due diligence that was done by officials in relation to the Canada Student Service Grant is provided in Annex 1 and in the packages that other relevant departments are providing to this committee. Number 7, the full text of the contribution agreement, obviously, which was a key document in this entire series of considerations around the Canada Student Service Grant. That document was provided to the committee by ESDC on Friday, July 24th, 2020. The letter goes on, as I noted, when I appeared at committee on July 21st, 2020, my intent has been to be as expansive as possible in relation to the information that I provide. The committee's motion stipulates that, and this is a key part, again, that cabinet confidences and national security information are to be excluded from the package. That is to say, we never asked for them as a committee. No information is being withheld on the grounds of national security, since the information does not so pertain. With respect to cabinet confidences, you will note that considerable information on the Canada Student Service Grant that were cabinet confidences is being provided to the committee. I think that's rather extraordinary, Mr. Chair. Those are my comments, not part of the letter, but I'll go on. The letter continues, this is in keeping with the public disclosures of information on this matter made by members of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. A principled approach was adopted to this information to ensure a non-selective application of the protection afforded by cabinet confidentiality. As a result, considerable information on the Canada Student Service Grant that would otherwise constitute cabinet confidences is being released. Information not related to the Canada Student Service Grant that constitute cabinet confidences is withheld and identified as not relevant to the request. In this package, I have also chosen to disclose certain personal information contained in the Privy Council records relating to individuals working in ministers' offices, as well as personal information of individuals who work for we. I have decided to disclose this information because, in my view, the public interest in disclosure clearly outweighs any invasion of privacy. Where am I here? Similarly, because I believe that it is in the public interest to do so, I am prepared to issue a limited waiver of solicitor-client privilege as it relates to the information that is being provided by departments in response to this motion and my undertakings. Lastly, I wish to draw the committee's attention to a note to file prepared by Christiane Fox, the Deputy Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs at the Privy Council Office. In that note to file, Ms. Fox provides a clarification regarding references in 2 email exchanges, which were attached as Annex 6. I trust that the committee will find the above explanations helpful in its consideration of the enclosed materials. Sincerely, Ian Shugart, Clerk of the Privy Council. Mr. Chair, I think that these kinds of letters, and there's a similar letter that has been sent to this committee as part of the disclosure package that provides important context for the documents that have in fact been disclosed. The reason that I think it's important is so we can understand the appropriateness of the redactions rather than jumping to the conclusion, as members of the opposition have, that it has somehow violated our privilege. Instead, they're seeking to exclude the context that explains specifically why redactions were made. If we actually dig in a little bit, and that remittal letter came from specifically the clerk of the Privy Council, who is responsible for the public service, of course, but more broadly, much of the document disclosure. So if we actually dig into to some of the documents, you'll see I'm looking specifically at the document numbered 000049. What we have is a document that was labeled at the top, not relevant. There's obviously no obligation to produce documents that are not relevant to the committee's request. The example that we're looking at here, this is the Privy Council office document that accompanied the letter that I've just read into the record that is seeking to be, or that the initial motion with the amendment would specifically exclude from the evidentiary record. There's a number of programs listed in that, if I look at in the left column, programs, youth employment strategy, youth employment skill strategy rather, student work placement program, student learning program, Canada Service Corps, other financial support, Canada Student Loan Programs, Double Canada Student Grants, Canada Student Benefit, and then at the bottom, and those data blocks were in fact redacted because they don't connect to the matters relating to the Canada Student Services Grant, which was included in the committee's request. But instead, the 2 areas that are not redacted relate to the Canada Student Service Grant and the We Social Entrepreneurship Initiative. There's a number of programs listed there that just had nothing to do with what the committee had asked for. However, in keeping with the motion, the items that related to the Canada Student Service Grant were released. Although a significant amount of that page has in fact been redacted, when you have the benefit of the remittal letter that explains why certain things were redacted, including relevance, then you very quickly understand that the approach taken mirrored what the committee had asked for. If I go to the next document, this was in PCO disclosure, page 76. We've got an email from one of the Kielburgers, Craig Kielburger, and it's from him to Christiane Fox, who was again specifically named in the remittal letter. And it says, if you look at it, you have an email here. It was sent April 22nd. Many committee members would have seen this before. The entirety of this email appears in full text. There are no redactions until you get to the very, very end of the document. The email, though sent in the name of Craig Kielburger, has a byline at the end for one Lauren Martin, who was the executive assistant to Craig Kielburger. It includes one telephone number, which in the ordinary way an email would look, that appears to be where the office number would follow under the e-signature. And the remaining contact detail of that individual is in fact redacted. Personally, I think you will appreciate having now heard the benefit of the clerk of the Privy Council's transmittal letter, that there's nothing untoward about redacting the phone number of Ms. Martin in this particular disclosure. The meat of this particular document is actually really interesting and important. It's timed importantly, having been sent on April 22nd, 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, around the time that this student service grant was being considered. All of the text about the previous phone call, about the proposed youth summer service program and youth social entrepreneurship program are included in full. The only piece, so far as I can tell, is the personal contact information of the executive assistant to Craig Kielburger at the time. If we continue on, again, this is still part of the same PCO disclosure that came attached to the letter from the clerk, which I had just gotten into. If we actually look at page 105, for example, we're dealing with a document that is marked secret with confidence of the Queen's Privy Council. It is a memorandum for the Prime Minister. It's entitled Increased Support for Canadian Youth and Students. Mr. Chair, this is a document that is uncommon to be shared in a public forum like this. Again, if we actually scroll through the document, we can see a description of the memorandum and some of the measures that were announced on April 22nd of 2020, and it includes a description of the Minister of Finance decision. If you go to the following page, there are redactions on a significant amount of the page. Those redactions fall under headings Youth Employment Skills Development Programs and Canada Student Loans. Those redactions have nothing to do with the Canada Student Service Grant. They do take up a big chunk of the page, but having now had the benefit of considering the remittal letter from the clerk of the Privy Council, you can understand precisely why those redactions took place. They're not relevant to the matters that the committee's asked for. There are portions of the document that have been disclosed, as was explained in the letter from Mr. Shugart, that where he viewed the public interest to outweigh the privacy concern, or where there were matters that were relevant, in fact, to the development of the Canada Student Services Program. When you go through this page for page, you see that the redactions, as extensive as they may be on any given page, tend to either pertain to something that is simply not relevant to what the committee had asked for, or specifically relates to matters that the committee said, we don't want you to disclose these documents, namely cabinet confidences. In this particular instance, we even have the recommendations of PCO to the Prime Minister that were disclosed for this committee. I don't know how more private a document can be in terms of cabinet confidences than recommendations made on behalf of the Privy Council to the Prime Minister. Nevertheless, the portions that touched on the matters that are before this committee have been disclosed, despite the long and storied history in parliamentary democracies of protecting confidences of the Crown. Mr. Speaker, for what it's worth, I used to deal with document disclosure controversies all the time in my job prior to politics, and even the courts would not have had the ability to compel documents that were properly subject to Crown privilege or the cabinet confidences. Continuing with the PCO disclosure, again, all of which was attached to that original letter that is being excluded from the evidentiary record, which the sub-amendment would bring back onto the record. If you actually go to pages beginning at 189 of the PCO disclosure, it's an email between Rachel Wernick and Tara Shannon from the Privy Council office. As the motion expressly stated, unrelated cabinet confidences were removed. So that portion of the motion has been satisfied. And Ms. Wernick's cell phone number was removed. I don't think it's appropriate that we need to actually be compelling the disclosure of that particular motion. These are the kinds of things that actually remain in dispute before the committee in the present debate. Obviously, as I mentioned in my previous remarks, cabinet confidences, not controversial. We didn't ask for them. They didn't need to be produced. The government had produced them anyway. The only thing in dispute is who would have been responsible for redactions on things like Ms. Wernick's personal cell phone number, the government officials who redacted it, or the law clerk. The struggle here is that the law clerk is saying their law is supreme, and the civil service, who's actually made these redactions on things like the personal information and contact details of Ms. Wernick and others, are saying that there is legislation that binds us that insists we can't share that where possible, as you've seen in the other remittal letters that we've covered previously on debates relating to other proposed sub-amendments. Those remittal letters explain significant efforts that were undertaken to actually obtain the consent to disclose some of this personal information. To me, I don't really care who redacts the personal cell phone number of Ms. Wernick, whether it's the clerk of the Privy Council or the parliamentary law clerk. That information should be redacted. I don't think that should be a matter of public record. I think our public servants deserve not to be exposed to the public in that particular way. In any event, I can imagine most public servants, if they had their personal contact details disclosed, would probably get a new cell phone number in any event. So if we actually scroll down, this particular email has a small redaction of one line. It appears to relate to a personal conversation that had taken place. And then again, at the end, as I've mentioned, before the office email, it's the mobile phone number. You can tell because it says the word mobile : and only the phone number has been excluded. You're beginning to see a pattern, I think, here. If you go now to page, just in the next couple pages of PCO's disclosure, this is page 191 of their release, again, which is all attached to the remittal letter that I've raised as being essential to provide context. It's another email between Ms. Wernick again and Ms. Shannon. The only thing on this page that seems to be missing is again, the personal mobile number for Ms. Wernick. The entire email talks about the policy intent, which is more narrow for the student grant program. It discusses what people are comfortable with. There's some information that is perhaps irrelevant that could have been further redacted but was not. There's a discussion between Ms. Shannon and Ms. Wernick relating to the internet being cut out. Clearly not of import to the matters that the committee requested document disclosure on. Nevertheless, the document was provided. The only thing that was redacted was the personal cell phone number. if we go to the next page of PCO's disclosure, again, which context was provided for, and they explain the process through which they redacted certain kinds of information. There's no redactions on page 192. It's further email chain between some of the folks I've mentioned and others. The only redaction, if you go to the following page, again, was Ms. Warnick's personal cell phone number. These are the kinds of things that are currently in dispute right now. The big picture items, the pages that Mr. Poilievre argued in public during his press conference to have been blacked out, largely related to cabinet confidences, which again, this committee didn't ask for. If this dispute is really about who was the appropriate person to make redactions as between the parliamentary law clerk and the civil service who has legislative obligations, it seems to be overkill that we're going to have the opposition insist that the disputed personal cell phone numbers of civil servants should be produced. It doesn't make sense. Mr. Chair, if you don't believe me with respect to the cabinet confidences being redacted, and that's in fact what was in those big pages that had significant redactions, I'd invite you to check out page 219 of PCO's disclosure. It's a rather remarkable document in a lot of ways, Mr. Speaker, considering its production. You'll see the document, again, marked secret, labeled Confidence of the Queen's Privy Council, dated May 8th, 2020, which I recall is the date of a cabinet meeting that formed the basis of part of the Prime Minister's testimony before this committee. It's entitled Cabinet Scenario, Friday, May 8th, 2020. The following information was redacted. A synopsis of the meeting, heading is there, and a significant majority of that page has been redacted. The fact of the matter is that there's reasons that cabinet documents are redacted. If we park for the moment the idea that the committee specifically said we don't want documents that are subject to cabinet confidence, even had we asked, it would be the convention in Parliament over hundreds of years that this document would properly be the subject of Crown privilege or cabinet confidence. The reason being, there's obvious decisions that are taken after discussion that should be full and frank, and that cabinet ministers should be able to challenge one another in private, to consider different ideas that relate to things like the development of Canada's vaccine strategy to ensure that we're going to be able to access the earliest batches that are safe for Canadians to help protect them from COVID-19. These documents could exist as a result of threats to our national security. In this present instance, the remittal letter indicated that no redactions were made explicitly on that basis. But we also deal in politics, or I should say they in cabinet, deal with matters that could, and decision points that could move markets, and it would be important not to have that information in the public domain prematurely for fear that it could compromise an important social, economic, or environmental outcome. There's a good reason that these things are often not produced publicly, but in this case, there's a trump card even, in that the committee specifically said we don't want these documents. The government produced it anyway, because if you, and this is what makes it remarkable in my mind, if you actually scroll to the bottom of the following page, there's information that was relevant to the Canada Student Service Grant, that was nevertheless disclosed. This would ordinarily be subject to cabinet confidences. Specifically, on the cabinet agenda for the item on, it says for the item on the Canada Student Service Grant, turn to Minister Chager to provide an overview of her revised proposal. It then describes some of the matters that were presented in cabinet surrounding the Canada Student Service Grant, all of which would be relevant to the study. Even though we didn't ask for it, even though subject to cabinet confidence, it was nevertheless disclosed. In addition to the description of what took place, PCO offered a comment. There's clearly this document is beyond the scope of what the committee asked for. It was produced anyway. We know that because the remittal letter, again, which is not on the evidentiary record, nor would the opposition have it be there. That important context is provided, and so now we know why we have this document in part, and that the remainder of the document was not redacted to bury some secret related to the program, but in fact it's a document that we didn't ask for, and a document that in any event would be subject to cabinet confidence. Mr. Chair, if I continue on, if I could draw your attention for the moment, the document number I'm looking at is 254. I just, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at this lengthy disclosure. I do intend to, if the context for these documents is not going to be provided, I intend to go through a significant number of the redactions. So I will, I'll see if the committee has interest.
Is that 254 in the PCO documents, or which one?
Yes, but Mr. Chair, before I continue on, I don't know if everyone's willing to do this. So I move that the committee do now adjourn.
It's not a debatable motion.
I was going to say point of order.
No, it's not no point of order. Can you take a poll there, Madam Clerk?
So is there unanimous consent to adjourn?
No.
No.
There's not unanimous consent?
Perfect. Then we can go for a recorded division.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Fraser?
Yes.
Ms. Jarowicz?
No.
Ms. Jarowicz?
Sorry, yes.
Mr. Frégis-Catos?
Yes.
Ms. Koutrakis?
Yes.
Mr. McLeod?
Yes.
Mr. Poilievre?
No.
Mr. Falk?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Kelly?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
No.
No.
Okay. Mr. Blakey?
No.
Your mic must be off, Daniel.
There we go. No, I had it in a resting position, but my vote is no. Is that coming across now?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, that's
Right on.
5 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, floor is
Sure.
yours, Mr. Fraser.
Certainly, and Mr. Chair, just to your comment, I wasn't.
You wanted in, Mr. Poilievre, on what, a point order?
Yes, I just wanted to say we'd love to get on to the pre-budget consultations.
That's not a point of order, Mr. Fraser. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Despite the suggestion that they want to get on with pre-budget consultations, they denied us the opportunity to do just that earlier in this meeting. In any event, Mr. Chair, you were correct to point to page 254 of the PCO disclosure, which was accompanied by the remittal letter that is not part of the series of documents that the opposition would have come before this committee again in this session of Parliament. It's an email from Tara Shannon with PCO to Shannon Nix. Excuse me. The email is not the page is not redacted at all. It talks about the Canada Service Corps partners and their fact that they're already struggling to deliver their existing programs and don't have capacity to take on more placements. Now, this would have followed the May 8th cabinet meeting during which the Prime Minister testified that in fact the civil service was sent back to consider what alternatives there were to the We Charity in terms of delivering some of the program. It went on to talk about the fact that the Canada Service Corps programming is not focused on volunteering to help to respond to COVID-19 in communities. I think that would be relevant, although maybe not at the very crux of the issues we're looking for. It does provide helpful context. Again, none of it's been redacted. If we continue to scroll down after it talks about an overview of the program, you'll see at the very, very end of the correspondence, the only redactions on this page are the phone numbers of the Director of Policy and Cabinet Affairs in the Office of the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth. And then again, the same phone number is redacted when the email signature appeared in French. This is the kind of controversial information that the opposition is trying to have produced. I find it ironic, in fact, that the phone number has even been redacted twice. I assume it's the same in both English and French. Nevertheless, that's the totality of the redaction of that correspondence. If we look to the page 268 of the PCO disclosure, it's an email exchange between Ms. Wernick and Mr. Philip Jennings from PCO. They are looking at an attachment that Ms. Wernick forwarded to the Privy Council office. It seems odd here, but believe it or not, the only thing that remains is Ms. Wernick's phone number. It's nonsensical that the lengths to which the opposition have gone when their dispute is not even presumably over whether that information should have been redacted, but who should have done the redaction. I think we can all agree that it's absolutely inappropriate to disclose that kind of personal information. And honestly, I don't think the opposition wants to have that information. I think they want to keep up the illusion that the government was not forthcoming with the documents. When they actually go through them, they would see that the kinds of things that have been redacted are entirely appropriate. If we look at PCO document disclosure number 348, similar to the previous cabinet scenario that was documented, it's labeled secret. Again, it's labeled confidence of the Queen's Privy Council, dated May 22nd. We heard about that cabinet meeting in detail as well during testimony, unprecedented testimony in a lot of ways, before this very committee. Under the heading synopsis of meeting, again, the material was blocked out. I expect that the reason that that information is blocked out is it's subject to cabinet confidences for the same reasons that I would have explained earlier. The cabinet ministers need to be able to have full and frank conversations, and B, we didn't ask for it again, but we know that relevant conversations to what we've been exploring on this committee took place during that meeting. So even though we didn't ask for the document, even though had we been asked for it, the government would have been within its rights to refuse it, the government produced it. They included presumably a portion of this page only to demonstrate that it in fact came from a cabinet scenario. The next page was just labeled as not being relevant and appeared blank. Perhaps that is why, in fact, it wasn't produced rather than some secret malicious intent. If you scroll down, you'll see about half of the document. I'm looking at PCO disclosure, page 350. The first half of that page is redacted. It's continuing from the synopsis of the meeting, but near the bottom of the page or halfway down the page or so, you see that the document is no longer redacted because it relates to the Canada Student Service Grant. We didn't ask for it. The government would not be obligated to produce it. Yet, in any event, the government chose to release it in the interest of transparency so we could actually see the nature of this discussion that took place at the cabinet meeting on May 22nd about the Canada Student Service Grant. We didn't ask for it. There was no obligation to produce it. Nevertheless, the government produced it in an effort to be as transparent as possible. After the synopsis of the meeting that took place on the Canada Student Service Grant program, we have a short PCO comment that relates to the discussion that took place. And again, the balance of the document is redacted as not being relevant to the Canada Student Service Grant program. Mr. Speaker, there's a series of other documents here. I find it interesting because, and I believe actually Mr. Gerritsen made this point during our last meeting. One of the very key documents in the document disclosure is the funding agreement between Her Majesty the Queen and Right of Canada, as represented by the Minister of Employment and Social Development Canada, or rather the Minister of Employment and Social Development, and the We Charity Foundation. This is the agreement that was put forward between the parties. When I scroll down throughout this document, what I find interesting about it is that I'm through several pages. The first page has absolutely no redactions. The second page has no redactions. It goes on. I'm looking through this entire document. This is really the foundational document of the relationship between the government and the We Charity organizations, and with respect to the Canada Student Service Grant Program. And there are no redactions, Mr. Speaker. It was turned over in full, and one of the first things that you're taught when you're jumping on a document disclosure program is look to the agreement behind whatever's in dispute as a starting point. And we have it in full. There are no redactions. It's clear that perhaps the most important document in the entire package is completely available to the committee. If we look at Schedule A to the agreement, and this is document number 376 in PCO's disclosure bundle, there are some redactions. In fact, there are 4. They involve the telephone number and email address for 2 individuals. One is Dalal Al-Wahidi, and the second is Scott Baker. The only redactions that I see are the telephone number and emails of these individuals. I don't think that it would be appropriate to disclose them. In any event, it seems bizarre that the point in dispute here is not even whether the information ought to be disclosed. And again, I know that one of my colleagues did have some fun on this point during our last meeting. The only dispute is as to whether the person who should have redacted these phone numbers is the law clerk or the civil servant who has legislation saying that they shouldn't disclose this information, not even to the law clerk. I realize that there is a real tension between what the law clerk has said and what the clerk of the Privy Council has said. I actually think getting them to before us to talk about who should do which redaction and why the clerk of the Privy Council felt compelled not to share the personal cell phone number of private individuals or civil servants. If we have to bring them here because the remittal letters, including that context, don't form part of the evidentiary record, maybe that will be appropriate. If you continue through the annex, by the way, after those specific phone numbers and emails had been excluded, you'll see that there are no further redactions. It's really extraordinary when you see the level of disclosure on some of these things. It seems that the 2 buckets of documents, as all the remittal letters have pointed out, that have not been produced relate to cabinet confidences, as I've been demonstrating, and which have not been asked for by this committee, or relate to private personal information of individuals. And again, the dispute, what the opposition's digging their heels in on, is not even that the phone number should be produced. I don't think they believe that. I find it odd that this has become such a big deal when the dispute is only on who should have made the redaction of those private phone numbers. If I look to a document entitled Finance Proposal, it's the implementation of the Canada Student Service Program. This is PCO document 394. Again, all of which, by the way, still relates to the documents that were described in detail in the remittal letter of the clerk of the Privy Council. The document, again, Finance Proposal, Implementation of the Canada Student Service Program, is from between 394 and 401 of the PCO release, and it gets into the implementation plan for the Canada Student Service Grant in full detail, unredacted. If we go through the document, you'll see the section entitled Overview is not redacted. The next section, a proposal description, completely unredacted. If you go to the costing of the program, it is completely unredacted. They talk under that heading about the first 20,000 placements and the anticipated cost of those placements. They look at the second cohort of 20,000 placement opportunities and the total programming cost there. If you continue on, they have details about the initial processing and administrative capacity for the Canada Student Service Grant Program, which is there in full detail, including an estimated cost. If you continue to scroll down, they've got the initial funding envelope for the grant, with the costing available, the contingency fund for additional grants with the projected costing is present.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Pierre, muted. What's your point of order?
Yeah, I wonder if we could get voting so we can get back to pre-budget consultation.
That's not a point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Fraser.
Excellent. So the funding envelope, contingency fund, picking up where I left off, the program support costs for ESDC, which included the created and launching of the I Want to Help website, included with a cost estimate is there. Assumptions about how those costs were arrived at, details on the plan to implement the program over a series of pages, and a heading entitled Results, which talks about what the anticipated outcomes would be, are all there in their full unredacted way. The final page of this document includes 2 redactions. It's the contact information, once again, for 2 individuals. Their names are present. Their position titles are present. One is Ritu Banerjee. She's the executive director, or he or she is the executive director with the Canada Service Corps Secretariat Skills and Employment Branch. Their phone number has been redacted. The second person is Sarah Wiles, who is the director at the Canada Service Corps Secretariat Skills and Employment Branch. Their telephone number is redacted. Of the entirety of that document, which describes in great detail the plan to develop, fund, and implement the plan, including costing assumptions, including contingency plans, including implementation, all of it's there. There's nothing that's been redacted from that document, which I suggest would be a key document in this entire controversy. And the only thing that has been redacted is the individual phone numbers of those 2 individuals who work with the Canada Service Corps Secretariat Skills and Employment Branch. Mr. Chair, if we look at page 404 of the same disclosure package, all of which still relates to the remittal letter that would be brought in by the sub-amendment, it's a helpful document, I find, Mr. Chair. It's if you look at page 404, and I hope you're following me along, it's a meeting invite to discuss the WE contract. Now, the key part that has been redacted on this document is, if there was ever a smoking gun, Mr. Chair, it's here. The conference ID for the teleconference that was hosted. That's it. The details around it that have been produced, I don't even think anybody would have cared if this document wasn't produced, but it is relevant technically, so it should have been. It demonstrated that there was a teleconference that discussed the WE contract. I only know that because that's what the subject of the email here says, or calendar appointment, I should say. At the location it provides, it provides the dial-in to the conference line, just not the conference ID to access it. But presumably that same contract line has either expired or is still used by an organization, and I don't know that it would be appropriate for members of the public to potentially be dialing into a conference ID that could be in use by the government or others. It demonstrated that the meeting began at 4:30 and ended at 5. This technically is relevant because it touches on a meeting that was had, but by no means, Mr. Speaker, do I think it's essential, nor is it appropriate to be disclosing something like the conference ID for the for the specific teleconference that was hosted that day. And again, I'll make the point that the dispute is not even over whether this information should have been redacted. I expect most members of the opposition, who, by the way, I tend to get along with personally when the cameras are not on. I don't think they care about this conference ID. Yet the fight is not even about the disclosure of that conference ID. It's about who should have made that decision. If we continue on to page 417, all still from the same PCO disclosure that is attached to the original remittal letter that I read out at the beginning of my remarks. It is labeled secret, limited distribution, confidence of the Queen's Privy Council, and it has a heading entitled Memorandum for the Prime Minister. It's a remarkable document. I don't expect that memoranda to the Prime Minister would ordinarily be disclosed at all. It's, again, pages 417 through 419. It's a cabinet confidence document, clearly as can be, stamped limited distribution, as I mentioned. And it's this particular memorandum to the Prime Minister was asking for his decision regarding the Canada Student Service Grant, as well as other matters. In this motion that was put before the Finance Committee in the previous session of this Parliament, matters related to the grant program were requested, and here it's been released. Yet the redacted items being unrelated to cabinet confidences were redacted. They weren't asked for. They don't need to be shared because they're subject to cabinet confidence, even had we asked for them. And of course, the document was nevertheless produced. Only the issues that were outside of what the committee requested or that were subject to cabinet confidences would have been excluded, and some information that was relevant that related to that was nevertheless subject to confidence was in fact disclosed. If you continue on, and it's only minor redactions on the very, very first page, and then at the very end, before you get to PCO recommendation. If you have access to the remittal letter, you'll understand that the clerk of the Privy Council explicitly shared that certain items that were relevant to the discourse the committee was undertaking were shared with the committee, even though it would ordinarily be subject to confidence. In the absence of those remittal letters, which are seeking to be excluded by members of the opposition, you might rightfully have some questions about why certain documents were redacted, but it's been explained to us by the clerk of the Privy Council. And in fact, the entirety of this document ordinarily would not be subject to disclosure. Nevertheless, the document in large part has been provided. If you continue on, you're probably starting to pick up a bit of a theme, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at document number 426 now, still attached to that initial remittal letter from the clerk of the Privy Council. It's an email from the PCO release. And it's an email from Ms. Roseanne McKay at PCO to one of her colleagues, Alwyn Bedouin. The topic is a cabinet meeting note for the Prime Minister. The redaction here, once again, is Ms. McKay's phone number. The document itself, includes some information that actually probably didn't need to be produced. It goes into detail about different programs on an agenda from the week prior to the email being sent that related to a whole series of government programs like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, CERB, details with the IRAP, the Canada Summer Jobs Program, the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance, Canada Emergency Business Account, OAS and the Guaranteed Income Supplement, RIFs for seniors and the CESB for students. Each of these programs, of course, were advanced in the midst of the pandemic. And they were covered as part of the attached draft meeting management note. If you scroll down to the end of the correspondence, what you're left with again is a single redaction, and it's Ms. McKay's phone number. Again, I feel compelled to point out that the dispute is not whether that should have been redacted, only who should have made the redaction. And we're having this debate now over whether it should have been the clerk of the Privy Council or the parliamentary law clerk. I don't think it would be appropriate. And again, I really don't think my my honorable colleagues in any party actually want this information. I think they want to maintain the suggestion that because there were any redactions, the government is hiding something, when in fact we're showing by going through these documents one by one that even where there is no obligation to produce a document, the government often did where it was relevant and actually provided useful information to the committee. If you look at pages 428 through 432, pardon me, again from PCO, there's a document again with very limited redactions. At the top of the page, you will see that a conference ID for a teleconference was blacked out on this particular page. The information that's actually been included relate to the wage subsidy, and they explain the different civil servants who were involved with the call. They talk about some of the different programs related to the pandemic response. There's one small piece that has been redacted and is labeled not relevant. Similarly, on the next page, 90% or more of the document has been disclosed, a small point that's not relevant. If you read the remittal letter, you would understand specifically how decisions about relevance were made and why those particular pieces of information were not disclosed as part of the page that was included in the disclosure package. If you continue to scroll down, you'll see that the following pages are entirely unredacted. All of the information about these different programs is already there. All of the, in fact, I think it probably goes significantly beyond what the committee in fact asked for, but we know from the explanation that was given in the remittal letter specifically, but some of these documents were included to give as wide a disclosure as possible. When you continue on through the document, you'll see there's no further redactions at all. Some of this information probably didn't need to be produced, but in the spirit of giving a broad document production, it's pretty clear that this document was redacted because the government wanted to show all that it could show that could possibly relate to the program. I'm looking now at pages 433 to 434. The complaint here seems to be that
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's your point of order, Mr. Fragiskatis?
I think there's something with my sound. I heard page, but I didn't hear the actual page numbers. If Mr. Fraser could repeat that, I've been following closely what he's been putting forward. I think he's making clear a lot of very relevant points. And on my end, I won't apologize, Mr. Chair, because it's not my fault. It's a tech issue, and maybe I need to look into getting a different headset. I'm not sure. We're very fortunate to be provided by the House of Commons staff with really good technology. It's failing me tonight. I could also have connectivity issues. There might be an issue in terms of my overall connection. I've tried to shut down different things that other programs, web browser and things like that. Okay. But if my colleague could just repeat the pages that he was reading on, in addition to the what he said afterwards, because I didn't catch it, and if he doesn't say that again, then I won't be able to follow along nearly as I could.
Okay.
Or as well as I could.
If Mr. Fraser could just give the page numbers there, and I will give an indication. I've had a couple of calls from members for a health break. I'm in the same position, so probably about quarter after 10 your folks' time, 8:15 your folks' time, we'll take a 10 or 15-minute suspension so people can step out to the washroom. Okay, Mr. Fraser.
Sure. So, Mr. Frederick-Skatos, the documents I was referring to ended in the PCO disclosure package at page 432, and those documents largely were produced. In fact, the very last agenda item related to the Canada Student Service Grant. The additional agenda items ran the gamut of different other pandemic support programs, all of which probably didn't need to be produced, nevertheless were. My point was that if you actually read the remittal letter from the Clerk of the Privy Council, you'll explain specifically why this level of disclosure was provided and that the only pieces that had been redacted related to information that was not relevant. If you go to the following page in the disclosure, I think we're now at page 433. We're now dealing with an email from Leslie Larrabee to William Simmering, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing any of the individual's name who were involved in this discussion. The emails relate to the final draft agreement behind the Canada Student Service Grant. They're sharing presumably attachments or emails at least with one another. The only piece of the document that's redacted is the what appears to be a mobile phone number for Miss Larrabee and the cell phone number for one Heather Moriarty. The substantive portions of the emails are produced in full. And in fact, in one instance, it even specifies that the email was sent from one of the senator's iPhones. Information that probably is not relevant to this committee study, nevertheless, has been included. If we continue on, I'm moving now to page 456 of the PCO disclosure package. Again, all of which context was provided for in the remittal letters that are not part of the evidentiary record that would be brought over in the absence of the sub-amendment passing. The redaction below seems only to be Ms. Al-Wahedi's email address at WE. This is from PCO pages 456 to 457. Everything to do with the content here is visible. The only thing that seems to be redacted is the email address for one particular worker. The email addresses for the civil servants have been left in. The email addresses for Mark and Craig Kielberger have been left in. I actually believe, and I'm challenging my own memory, so I'll not guess. I do believe one of the remittal letters actually explained that some of their redactions specifically related to the personal emails of individuals at WE other than Mark and Craig Kielberger. These are the kinds of things that were so sinful for the professional public service to redact, apparently, and I don't find that to be problematic, quite frankly. The document, this particular document, discusses, confirms previous discussions, and then describes the confidence that individuals had in advance of program launch. It talks about the communication options and the number of placements that would have to be ready, or in fact that were being funded. But what it doesn't do is have any portion of the document redacted other than the personal email of someone who was involved with WE. I just don't see why that's relevant or material to the conversation. And in any event, I do think that there is a public interest in protecting the privacy of individuals, and little to no probative value whatsoever of having the personal contact information, whether it's an email or cell phone, disclosed. But these are the kinds of redactions that we're actually dealing with. If I continue on, Mr. Chair, I'm now looking at, again, PCO disclosure, page number 480, which in Mr. Shugart's covering letter, he would have explained why this kind of information was in fact redacted. It's an email amongst public servants who are involved with the Canada Student Service Grant. All of it is visible. The email, the subject is follow-up questions. It's with some of the names within the public service that I've discussed before: Ritu Banerjee, Tara Shannon, Heather Moriarty, Rachel Wernick, Rushia Daisy. The font is a little bit difficult to read. Patricia Wilson. All of their names, all of their public professional email addresses are included, and the email simply provides discusses responses to some technical questions on the contribution agreement. They talked about the requirement of a signed agreement for the following day to launch for Monday. Those are important details around the timing of the need for signed agreements in order to deliver programs. There's one redaction on this page. Again, the very, very last thing that has been redacted relates to the personal contact information for one of the civil servants. I don't think it's appropriate to have it disclosed. I don't think it would matter who made that decision to redact that particular piece of information. I think both the parliamentary law clerk and clerk of the Privy Council would make the appropriate decision to redact that information. If you actually continue on to the Canada Student Service Grant question responses that begin at page 481, which are included in the PCO disclosure, we've got a whole host of topics that have been covered. Mr. Chair, I do see that a number of my colleagues have their hands up ready to speak. I'd be happy to yield the floor to share time and maybe revisit some of the analysis on the quality of the specific redactions, picking up where I've left off after my colleagues have an opportunity.
All right, and I have next on the list here Ms. Zerowitz, but seeing as we're shifting to another member, I would suggest we take a 15-minute health break, and then we'll be back. So at 15 minutes after 8 Ottawa time, we'll be back on. So we will suspend for 15. Meeting suspended. Zerowitz, followed by, I have on my list, I don't know whether people, just to make sure I get the list right, I have Ms. Zerowitz, Mr. Fragiskatis, and Mr. Polyev. Okay, Ms. Zerowitz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciated the health break. That was very helpful. Before I go into a couple of prepared texts, I just want to address a couple of things that were raised by my colleagues. I know that we have Mr. Polyev pop up once in a while to do point of order and to say, let's start pre-budget consultations. I just want to remind everyone, just because I think when we get so tired, we tend to forget things, that as soon as we came back as Finance Committee on October 8th, the very first thing we did was introduce a motion, and that was me. I introduced a motion for us to begin our pre-budget consultations. And unfortunately, that was interrupted by a point of privilege that Mr. Polyev has put on the table, and that is where it's led us to where we are right now. But I think it's important for us to state that. I also want to remind everyone is that we started this meeting with an opportunity for everybody to unanimously approve us moving right to pre-budget consultations, or at least the motion on that, so that we could have our clerk and their team actually get started on booking some of our witnesses. And then it was brought back again by my colleague, Mr. Fraser, so twice. So I want to make sure that anybody who's arrived late, not knowing any of that, is now sort of updated on it. And I will tell you that there's nothing more than we want to do than to do what finance should be doing at this point in time and engaging in pre-budget consultations. I also want to address a point that was mentioned earlier by one of our Conservative colleagues about the Prime Minister is trying to push for an election. There is absolutely zero desire to do so. We know Canadians don't want it. I'll also say to you that, we're going through an unprecedented pandemic, and I don't care how many times we have to say that, because I think sometimes when we're in a little bit of a bubble and we get into talking for hours, we forget that we are living in unprecedented times and during a health and an economic crisis. We've spent over $300 billion and almost 80 programs have been introduced. We have introduced a very serious speech from the throne that lays out a vision and a plan on how we want to proceed. And given that we're in a pandemic, time is of the essence. We only want to use this time to continue to support Canadians, get workers back to work, continue to support our small businesses, continue to build the foundation of our economy, continue to keep keep all Canadians safe moving forward. And so I will say to you, I join not only with the Prime Minister, but I know with all of my Liberal colleagues with the governing party that we want to govern. And in fact, I want to do the impossible, to make politics the art of the possible. For us to actually find a way to maybe withdraw this motion that's before us, move right to pre-budget consultations, and get busy on hearing some ideas that I know 793 submissions have been submitted to us, and we know there's lots of amazing ideas out there, and I think we're all looking to find a way on how to get there. So I think maybe with that, I am going to this might not be exciting for everyone, but I do think it's important, as we're still talking to the sub-amendment to the amendment to the motion that Mr. Polyev had introduced, which introduced my original private member, my motion on starting our pre-budget consultations. But I will talk a little bit more about how we redact, why we redact, more particularities, more details. I want to make sure that we have as good of an understanding as possible around the acts and the principles beneath redactions that are done by our excellent and highly skilled and independent civil servants. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you again for giving me the opportunity to provide some more information about the disclosure of government documents and the production of documents regarding the Canada Student Service Grant, and in response to the request of the Standing Committee on Finance. First, I want to reiterate that I know this government is committed to the principle of open by default. In fact, it was this principle that guided the government's response to the request for production of papers by the committee. And let's be clear, Mr. Chair, the government has disclosed large amounts of documentation on the matter we are discussing today. And I think we heard my colleague, Mr. Fraser, painstakingly go through a lot of the details, not only what was submitted, but also what was redacted and why it was redacted. And indeed, as the media has reported, the government has disclosed almost 6,000 pages to the Finance Committee. I note that these were from a number of different departments, as we have spelled out a number of times. Within those departments, officials worked very hard to provide the most information possible within the time frame allowed by the Finance Committee to respond, while also ensuring cabinet confidentiality and privacy concerns were applicable and were respected. And I'll also say, and I think it's important to note, I think it was important to produce the documents. It was something that the Finance Committee had agreed to. I believe our civil servants did their utmost to ensure full transparency and accountability. I also want to acknowledge it also took the time of our civil servants who've been working around the clock during this pandemic to come up with some of those almost 80 programs I was talking about. And so I just want to say huge thanks to them. I know that they've been working double time. We always say they're working around the clock, but I would say they're working double around the clock, because in addition to producing these types of documents and trying to also come up with creative ideas in terms of programs and provide all the supports that we very much have been introducing, I know that this has taken a lot of their time. So I want to acknowledge that. I additionally note that most of them, which is our civil servants, did this remotely to respect public health and safety rules and ensuring their ongoing safety during the pandemic. Protecting cabinet confidence is very important to our system of government. Indeed, the Supreme Court of Canada has recognized that cabinet confidentiality is essential to good government. The process of democratic governance works best when cabinet members charged with government policy and decision making are free to express themselves around the cabinet table unreservedly. The committee's motion stipulated that cabinet confidences be excluded from the package, but in keeping with the public disclosures of related information by members of the cabinet, the government did not redact considerable information that was cabinet confidence and indeed provided it to the committee. And I really laud our civil servants for following through on the principle of transparency and accountability. I think it is extraordinarily important, not only to our government, not only during this extraordinary time when we're spending an extraordinary amount of money, but I really laud them for doing their utmost to ensure that the most information gets out. The government applied the same principled approach to release as much information as deemed possible as it related to solicitor-client privilege and personal information. And I think we heard numerous times Mr. Fraser during this session and Mr. Gerritsen during the last session, and as well as my colleague, Mr. Fragis-Kados, during the last session, quite a bit explain why it is that we had to, or give examples of all the items that we had to exclude due to personal information and solicitor-client privilege. Mr. Chair, the package provided in response to the order from this committee builds upon the Government of Canada's ongoing commitment to uphold the principle of open by default. It can be seen in the context of the proactive disclosure regime and amendments to the Access to Information Act. That said, there is as well the need to strike the proper balance between the fundamental values of openness and transparency and other obligations the government has to Canada and Canadians, like national security or the protection of personal information. Mr. Chair, I would like to say a few words about the Access to Information Act that many of us are familiar with, but I think it's important in relation to this sub-amendment that I speak a little bit more specifically to it. So I want to say a few words about the Access to Information Act because it has helped us frame the approach to the response to the committee. The Act creates an enforceable right of access to records under the control of a government institution in accordance with the following principles. The first one is government information should be available to the public. The second one is necessary exceptions to the right of access should be limited and specific. And the third one is decisions on disclosure of government information should be reviewed independently of government. It applies to all institutions listed in Schedule 1 of the Access to Information Act and all parent Crown organizations and wholly owned subsidiaries of such corporations within the meaning of Section 83 of the Financial Administration Act. The Act provides this right of access for Canadian citizens and permanent residents within the meaning of subsection 2 and in brackets 1 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Further, the Access to Information Act Extension Order Number 1 extends this right to include all individuals and all corporations present in Canada. That being said, there are necessary limitations on access to records which exist as exemptions and inclusions. And there are a number of of these kinds of restrictions. And I would like to highlight a few to give you a sense of the care and the balance struck by the Act between optimizing openness and transparency on the one hand, and safeguarding individuals, companies, and legitimate commercial and competitive interests on the other. One such class of limitation is information obtained in confidence. For instance, the Act provides that the head of a government institution shall refuse to disclose any record that contains information obtained in confidence from 1. The government of a foreign state or an institution thereof, 2. An international organization of states or an institution thereof. Examples include the United Nations, NATO, and the International Monetary Fund. Examples of institutions of an international organization of states include UNICEF and the World Health Organization, which are agencies of the United Nations. The third bullet on this point is the government of a province or an institution thereof, and this includes the governments of the 10 provinces and the 3 territories and their ministries, departments, and agencies. The fourth point is a municipal or regional government established or pursuant to an act of the legislator of a province or an institution of such a government. And the last point on this particular section, an Aboriginal government. For this exemption to apply, the information must have been obtained in confidence. Now, Mr. Chair, there is also an exemption covering federal provincial affairs, which applies, for example, to information on federal provincial consultations or deliberations, or information on strategy or tactics adopted or to be adopted by the Government of Canada relating to the conduct of federal government affairs, federal provincial affairs. To invoke this exemption, a government institution should be convinced that disclosure of specific information could reasonably be expected to be injurious to the conduct by the federal government or federal provincial affairs. Another area, Mr. Chair, of exemption deals with international affairs, defense, and national security. An access to information request may be denied if disclosure could reasonably be expected to be injurious to the following: the conduct of international affairs. This includes not only state-to-state affairs, but also commercial, cultural, or scientific links established by citizens with counterparts in other countries. The defense of Canada or any state allied or associated with Canada. An allied state is one with which Canada has concluded formal alliances or treaties, while an associate state is a state with which Canada may be linked for trade or other purposes outside the scope of a formal alliance. And lastly, the detection, prevention, or suppression of subversive or hostile activities. This exemption protects specific types of information pertaining to the security of Canada. Another exemption, Mr. Chair, applies to law enforcement, investigations, and security of penal institutions. And why we actually have this particular exemption is because we're aiming to protect a number of items. The first is we want to protect effective law enforcement, including criminal law enforcement. We want to protect the integrity and effectiveness of other types of investigative activities, for example, ordinary administrative investigations under an Act of Parliament, investigations in regulatory areas, and air accident investigations. And lastly, the security of penal institutions. There's also, Mr. Chair, an exemption providing protection for information that could reasonably be expected to facilitate the commission of an offense. For example, a government institution may refuse to disclose the security plans or other information about the vulnerable aspects of federal government buildings and other installations that would be of strategic importance in civil emergencies or time of war. The Act also restricts third-party information, including but not limited to trade secrets, confidential financial, commercial, scientific, or technical information, and information used for emergency management plans. For example, the head of a government institution must refuse to disclose any record containing trade secrets to third party. This restriction applies as well to confidential, financial, commercial, scientific, or technical information. Mr. Chair, another class of restrictions as set out in the Act are known as exclusions. This refers, example, to published material or material available for purchase by the public. It also refers to library or museum material preserved solely for public reference or exhibition purposes. And it also refers to material placed in the Library and Archives of Canada, the National Gallery of Canada, the Canadian Museum of Civilization, the Canadian Museum of Nature, the National Museum of Science and Technology, the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, or the Canadian Museum of Immigration at Pier 21, or by or on behalf by persons or organizations other than government institutions. Exclusions also apply to certain records of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, also fondly referred to by many as the CBC. The Act, for example, removes information relating to journalistic, creative, and programming activities held by the CBC from the coverage of the Act. It protects information about journalistic sources, as well as the creative and programming independence of CBC. In addition, Mr. Chair, you'll be interested to hear that certain records of the Atomic Energy of Canada Limited are also considered exclusions. The Act creates an exclusion for any information that is under control of Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, other than information that relates to its general administration or its operation of any nuclear facility within the meaning of Section 2 of the Nuclear Safety and Control Act that is subject to regulation by the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. The purpose of this exclusion is to ensure protection of information related to research and commercial activities of Atomic Energy of Canada Limited. Distinct from the Act, there are as well confidences of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. Mr. Chair, the Supreme Court of Canada has recognized that cabinet confidentiality is essential to good government. In the decision Babcock versus Canada, which is the Attorney General, in 2002, SSC 57 at paragraph number 18, the court explained the reason for this. It said, the process of democratic governance works best when cabinet members charged with government policy and decision-making are free to express themselves around the cabinet table unreservedly. The Act also states that council means that means the Queen's Privy Council for Canada, committees of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada, cabinet, and committees of cabinet also includes all of those. The committees of cabinet include standing committees, ad hoc committees, and any other committees of ministers. In addition, meetings or discussions between ministers can result in the creation of records that are cabinet confidences, providing that the discussions concern the making of government decisions or the formulation of government policy. The Act also defines cabinet confidences by way of a list of 7 types of documents. The list is not exhaustive, but provides examples of records considered to be cabinet confidences, and it includes the following, Mr. Chair. The first is memoranda presenting proposals to Cabinet. The second is discussion papers. Third is agenda and records of Cabinet deliberations or decisions. Records of communications between ministers on policymaking and government decisions. Records to brief ministers on cabinet matters, draft legislation, and records containing information about confidences. Mr. Chair, there are also protections for the economic interest of the Government of Canada. There is a discretionary exemption based on a class test that aims to protect proprietary information of the Government of Canada. The exemption may include information that is patentable or that the government may want to license. For this exemption to apply, the record must contain the following: trade secrets or financial, commercial, scientific, or technical information that belongs to the Government of Canada or government institution that has substantial value or is reasonably likely to have substantial value. Another exemption, Mr. Chair, applies to contractual or other negotiations of a government institution. This is intended to protect a government institution's ability to negotiate effectively with other parties. Mr. Chair, let me underline the fact that the Act protects not just the security of organizations, but also the safety of individuals. A government institution may refuse access to information if it has reasonable grounds to expect that the disclosure of the information could threaten the safety of an individual. This could be information that either directly or indirectly reveals the identity, home address, or other identifier of such an individual. And I think we heard multiple examples from Mr. Fraser today of that exactly being the case. In addition, personal information is also protected, and that absolutely makes sense as well. In this case, Section 19 of the Act strikes a balance between the right of the public to access information and records under the control of a government institution and the right of each individual to his or her privacy. It incorporates by reference Sections 3 and 8 of the Privacy Act, which are essential for the interpretation and application of this exemption. The Privacy Act defines personal information as information about an identifiable individual that is recorded in any form. This definition is broad and contains examples of personal information. Information not specifically mentioned in the list, but clearly covered by the broad definition, such as information related to an identifiable individual's income, DNA, body sample, sexual preference, or political inclination, is to be considered personal information. In the Privacy Act, you might be interested to know, Mr. Chair. However, the definition of personal information excludes certain types of information, normally considered as personal information, from the meaning of the term when a request is made under the Access to Information Act. So this would include information about the current or past positions or functions of a government employee or officer, services performed by an individual contracted by a government institution, a discretionary benefit of a financial nature conferred on an individual, or an individual who has been dead for more than 20 years. The exclusions reflect the fact that there is certain information about government employees, persons performing services under contract for a government institution, and discretionary benefits, which, barring other considerations, the public has a right to know. In addition, the Act provides that the head of a government institution may disclose any record that contains personal information if the individual to whom it relates consents to the disclosure, or the information is already publicly available, or the disclosure is in accordance with the Privacy Act. So, Mr. Chair, in conclusion, I say all of this because in compiling our submission in response to the committee, we took great care, for example, to obtain consent to disclose certain personal information from relevant exempt staff referenced in the material. I should note as well that no material was withheld on the basis of national security which the motion had indicated should be excluded. I would add as well that this exclusion was not pertinent. On the matter of cabinet confidences, and it bears repeating my earlier comments that considerable information on the Canada Student Service Grant that were cabinet confidences was provided to this committee. This was in keeping with the overarching objective of open by default and supporting the work of the committee. I know that any redactions to requested documents were done with all due consideration for how to best respond to the committee's order balanced with the understood need for protection of certain information, as I've outlined. Mr. Chair, we understand that government information belongs to the people and should be open by default. It's why we updated the Access to Information Act to make it easier for citizens to get information and to publish more information upfront more than ever. The Act balances openness with another value we feel strongly about, which is the protection of important democratic values. That means safeguarding Canadians' personal information, as well as important principles such as cabinet confidence and judicial independence. Getting this balance right, Mr. Chair, is fundamental to ensuring a healthy, functioning democracy. So I hope that that was something that was prepared by some very kind colleagues who want to make sure that as we're talking about this sub-amendment, that we have a much clearer understanding of the acts and the principles and the values that are behind, how it is that we redact certain things, what is behind the examples that Mr. Fraser had painstakingly taken our committee through earlier this evening. And I think it was important for us to make sure that that was understood and read into the record, Mr. Chair. I do have some more information, and I know that people were riveted by my first speech, and so I have some additional information that I'm happy to talk a little bit more about. And I want to talk a little bit more about some additional principles that, again, is consistent with the open by default principle that I spoke a little bit in my previous speech, but I have an additional one that I want to talk about. So again, the reason open by default is important is it aligns with the provision of documents by the government as requested by this committee in our last session. And I know that, as we discussed earlier, we've largely talked about the issue of redactions. We talked about why it was actually done. We disclosed the letters that Mr. Fraser had read by deputy ministers about what was the logic behind redacting certain documents. And so I think that was important for us to hear and to actually have on record. So to that point, the committee's motion stipulating that cabinet confidences be excluded from the package. With respect to these confidence, and sorry, I also want to sort of talk about that. We did spend quite a bit of time talking about the fact that we should have some exclusion around cabinet confidences. And I know I talked a little bit about that, so I don't want to go through that again. But I do want to talk about how we have spent some time in terms of strengthening the Access to Information Act. And the reason we did that is because we wanted to be consistent with ensuring maximum amount of transparency and accountability. So constantly, I think that the Access to Information Act is the best practice always is to keep the Act up to date, current, and to meet with our values and principles of openness and transparency. So I'd like to note that while we have introduced several measures since 2015 to improve the Act, I think it'd be helpful to provide some context as prescribed in the Act for why and when certain information cannot be disclosed by the government, as those principles guide the government in its production of documents for parliamentary committees. Now, certain limitations on access to records exist in the form of exemptions and exclusions. Some exemptions are discretionary, while others are mandatory. The Act states that the head of the government institution shall refuse to disclose records when it relates certain criteria. These mandatory exceptions can relate to information obtained in confidence, obtained via some law enforcement action and security, obtained through third-party information, and or obtained through personal information. With regards to personal information, the Act strikes a balance between the right of the public to access information and records under the control of a government institution and the right of each individual to his or her privacy. Discretionary exemptions relate to information that the head of the government institution may refuse to disclose such information related to federal provincial affairs, defense of Canada, and economic interests of Canada. Now, excluded information, Mr. Chair, relates to information where the Act does not apply. Examples include published information and cabinet confidential information. In order to reach final decisions, ministers must be able to express their views freely during the discussions held in cabinet. To allow for the exchange of views to be disclosed publicly would result in the erosion of the collective responsibility of ministers. And as a result, the collective decision-making process has traditionally been protected by the rule of confidentiality, which upholds the principle of collective responsibility and enables ministers to engage in full and frank discussions necessary for the effective functioning of a cabinet system. Now, Mr. Chair, to preserve this rule of confidentiality in subsection 69(1) of the Access to Information Act, it provides that the Act does not apply to confidences of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. The Act also strikes a balance between the right of the public to access information and records under the control of a government institution and the right of each individual to his or her privacy. As you can see, Mr. Chair, there are many reasons why some information cannot be disclosed under the Access to Information Act. These are limited and specific exceptions to the general rule of openness. Now, that said, as mentioned earlier, with respect to redactions in documents provided for this order, considerable information that would normally be redacted through these processes should not be redacted and was provided to the committee. This was in keeping with the public disclosure of information on this matter made by members of Cabinet through consent obtained to disclose certain personal information and the above referenced limited waiver of solicitor-client privilege. Indeed, as I stated earlier, the government has undertaken several initiatives to strengthen transparency. I think it'd be helpful to provide an overview of our rigorous access to information system. As this committee knows, access to information has been a staple of Canadian democracy for over 35 years. Since then, both parliamentarians and Canadians have come to regard the right to government information as quasi-constitutional in nature. In many ways, it has become part of our culture and important for our democracy. But this hasn't always been the case. Canadians didn't have this right in 1867 at the time of Confederation. In fact, up until post-World War II, most governments around the world operated without any general law permitting access to information, nor did they function with any general law restricting the collection, use, and disclosure of information that could affect the privacy of individuals. But during World War II, Mr. Chair, the Canadian government expanded, and so did the amount of information that we collected. And as a result, it was rightly perceived that access to such information was required to ensure democratic and accountable government. On the privacy side, it also came to be understood that information collected by the government about individuals should be treated as confidential. In the early 1970s, the federal government took steps in that direction when it began to study both the right of access and privacy. But it wasn't until early 1980s that the government introduced comprehensive legislation addressing both issues. That bill, which contained both the Present Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, became law on July 1st, 1983. And its principles reflect the right of access we have today. These principles are that government information should be available to the public, that necessary exemptions to the right of access should be limited and specific, and there should be appropriate independent oversight of the decisions on the disclosure of government information. Now, before C-58, Mr. Chair, the Access to Information Act had not been substantially updated in 34 years. When the Act first became law in 1983, there was no internet, information was locked away in steel filing cabinets, and the first mobile phone had just come onto the market. And they were those really big clunky things that, was really heavy to sort of carry around and put up against your ear. And we know that a 34-year-old access to information system was not equipped for the sheer volume of information and the lightning speed of today's communication. The old system was seriously outdated and serving neither government nor Canadians efficiently. The size of government has also grown, and its information holdings have increased since the Act was implemented in 1983. And so too have the number of information requests that the government receives every single year, or rather every single day, probably at this point. Canadians expect their government to stay ahead of the digital game and make its information accessible to them. And with new technology and capability comes the expectation that organizations offer their products and services online. The goal is to make the information and the data held by the government even more accessible to Canadians. Through changes to the legislation and accompanying policy changes, we are now getting more government information. We are getting more government information and data.
Point of order,
into the hands of our citizens, who can use it to.
Point of order, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. And as fascinating as it might be to get into the failings of this government on access to information reform, I'm losing the relevance here, and I would ask you as the chair to ensure, especially at this late hour, that we do keep the debate relevant.
Well, I would suggest I expected that question, Mr. Kelly, and I've looked. In fact, I just looked at the sub amendment, and it relates completely to the disclosure of information on a complete package of documents provided to the Office of the Law Clerk. So I'm going to allow Ms. Zerowitz to continue because it does relate to the disclosure of documents and what can be accessed.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate my colleague raising that point. Although I know you were riveted and you were listening, but I actually wasn't talking about sort of the issues with it. I was saying about how it is we've been improving it and making sure that it's kept up to date and that is relevant and continues with the principle of maximum transparency and accountability to all Canadians. Canadians expect their government to stay ahead of the digital game and make its information accessible to them. And with new technology and capability comes the expectation that organizations offer their products and services online. The goal is to make the information and the data held by the government even more accessible to Canadians. Through changes to the legislation and accompanying policy changes, we are now getting more government information and data into the hands of our citizens, who can use it to participate in democratic debate, hold the government to account, and spur innovation in society. And we've introduced many measures over the years to do just that. Just in 2017, so just 3 years ago, the annual departmental results reports was tabled in a new, more transparent format. As this committee knows, these reports provided important insight into departments' program achievements against measurable indicators. This made these reports more useful and transparent for parliamentarians. Another example is InfoBase. It pulls data from annual reports to provide online snapshots of what one department or the entire government has done during a fiscal year. But providing all of this information isn't useful if it's not readily accessible in various formats. Canadians expect to have government information delivered to their electronic devices and at their fingertips when they need it. In May 2016, the President of the Treasury Board issued an interim directive that enshrined the principle of open by default. The interim directive told government institutions to make open by default their guiding principle when it comes to making government information available to the public. Sorry, this interim directive told government that institutions have to make themselves open by default as their guiding principle when it comes to making government information available to the public. This principle applies to provision of information to Canadians and most importantly today to parliamentarians, including through motions for the production of papers, such as the order that prompts our debate today. And in 2017, with Bill C-58, we move forward to improve the Access to Information Act. The bill was introduced in the summer of 2017 and was reviewed in the House and Senate committees. It also received valuable input from several stakeholders, including the Information Commissioner and the Privacy Commissioner, representatives of Indigenous organizations, who provided important insights into their need to access records of important historical and archival value, and legal experts and journalists who shared their unique experiences and explained the importance to their work of the legislation. The bills provided Canadians with easier access to huge amount of government information. The government is now legally required to proactively publish a broad range of information to a predictable schedule without the need for anyone to make an information request. And this law applies to 240 government departments, agencies, and crown corporations. It also applies to the political side, including the Prime Minister and the Minister's offices, senators and members of Parliament, institutions that support Parliament, and administrative institutions that support the courts. For the first time, the bill put in law the proactive publication of travel and hospitality expenses for ministers and their staff, as well as senior officials across government, contracts over $10,000, and all service contracts for MPs and senators, grants and contributions over $25,000, mandate letters and revised mandate letters, which would have to be published within 30 days of being issued, briefing packages for new ministers and deputy ministers, lists of briefing notes for ministers and deputy ministers, and briefing binders used for question period and parliamentary committee appearances. Making all this information available to Canadians on a predictable schedule leads to better public understanding of how government functions and establishing a strong foundation for greater citizen participation in government. At the same time, we've introduced changes to the request-based side of the system. Bill C-58 eliminated all fees for access to information requests, apart from the $5 administrative fee. As well, Canadians can also request the original documents that are proactively released to validate the information that has been published. Mr. Chair, the bill has also provided the Information Commissioner with greater powers to oversee the Access to Information system. Specifically, the Commissioner now has order-making powers. The role of the Commissioner has gone from an ombudsperson to an authority with the legislative ability to making binding orders for the release of government records. And I would say that that is an excellent move. I think this ensures much more transparency and accountability. In addition to advancing our commitment to being open by default, we've also invested in tools to make processing information requests more efficient and allowed federal institutions that have the same minister to share the request processing services for greater efficiency. The Access to Information Act strikes a balance between the right of Canadians to access information and the necessary need to withhold certain types of information to protect other important values, such as privacy, confidentiality of information provided to the government, and national security. Bill C-58 introduced other measures to improve the system. Both the former Information Commissioner and the House of Commons Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics at the time recognized that requests made in bad faith can gum up the system. Requesters may, for a variety of reasons, use the right to request information to achieve goals that may not be consistent with the spirit of the Act. Though the number of these types of vexatious requests is estimated to be quite small, the effort and costs involved in responding to them can put a significant strain on the system. And there's a fundamental issue at stake here. Such requests defeat the underlying purpose of the Act, which is to give Canadians access to the information they need to participate in public policy decision-making and hold their government to account. By tying up government resources, these requests interfere with an institution's ability to respond to other requests and to do important work. As a remedy, Bill C-58 gave government institutions the ability to decline to act on such requests after receiving approval from the Information Commissioner to do so. Amendments were made to the legislation to clarify the circumstances in which this can happen. For example, institutions would not be able to decline to act on a request solely on the basis that the requester didn't provide a specific subject matter, type of record, and period or date for the record sought. And as I mentioned a minute ago, Mr. Chair, the Information Commissioner would need to give her or his approval before an institution could decline to act on a vexatious or bad faith request. This provides assurance to Canadians that legitimate requests will not be declined And indeed, this authority has been used rarely since Bill C-58 came into force. The bill also ensures that Access to Information Act remains relevant in an ever-changing world. It included a provision that required that the Act be reviewed every 5 years, with the first review to begin within 1 year of the bill receiving royal assent. This review was launched just this June. This will ensure that the Act never again becomes as outdated as it has been before. Now, Mr. Chair, I'm getting almost to the conclusion. I know that while many people would like me to go on for another 20 pages, I am getting towards the end. So I want to just spend one moment first just discussing the realities of access to information writ large during the pandemic. The government remains committed to managing information securely and effectively in accordance with its sensitivity while ensuring transparency, openness, and accountability to Canadians. On April 29th, 2020, TBS published guidance on information management practices while working remotely for all public servants. This guidance is intended to reinforce employees' awareness of their collective responsibility to document decisions of business value and ensure that government information is managed securely and effectively with respect to legislative and policy requirements, including the requirements of the Access to Information Act and Privacy Act. On May 28th.
Point of order.
Yes, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I won't ask Ms. Zerowitz to start over. That would defy the rule of repetition, but I will thank my colleague, Mr. Blakey, for taking on the shift for the last couple of hours. I look forward to getting caught up on this exciting filibuster.
Okay, I don't believe that was a point of order, but it was a nice note of thanks to Blakey. But I have a one to speak here in a couple of rounds. He might want to stay.
Mm-hmm.
He is free to.
I'd be happy to cede my time to Peter.
Okay. All right. Well, that's entirely up to you guys, Mr. Blakey. Ms. Zerowitz, go ahead.
Thank you so much. On May 28th, 2020 of this year, the President wrote to his cabinet colleagues encouraging ministers to proactively publish as much information as possible related to COVID-19 and reminding them of the importance of ensuring best practices in information management. The government has committed to making information related to COVID-19 and the government's response proactively available online using the Open Government Portal. The portal will host open data related to the applications received and processed under the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. All public servants are expected to manage, secure, and document information according to legislative requirements and DBS policies, whether working on-site or remotely, and regardless of the tools being used. We continue to provide guidance to organizations on information management and security, and we recently released guidance and a toolkit to guide employees in managing government information when working remotely. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, we are committed to openness and transparency. We've made reports like the Departmental Results Report more transparent, enshrined the principle of open by default, and modernized and strengthened the Access to Information Act. We are committed to upholding the importance of the Act. Redactions to requested documents are done with the right to know at the forefront and in keeping with our legislation. And as a last point, I would note that the purpose of the legislation was updated by Bill C-58 to reflect the important role it plays in our democracy. Section 2 of the Act states that its purpose is to enhance the accountability and transparency of federal institutions in order to promote an open and democratic society and to enable public debate on the conduct of those institutions. Those are the principles at the forefront when the Act is administered. And that actually ends the last of my two speeches, Mr. Chair. But I think it importantly reflects the commitment of our government to transparency and openness. I think it was reflected not only the commitments on the political side, but I think we've also seen that translated through our bureaucrats as evidence, again, through what Mr. Fraser had taken us through today in terms of the transmittal letters as well as the exceptions that he made. We have a very clear idea that the access to privacy, the availability of data during this COVID crisis is something that's taken very seriously by our civil servants, by our government. And we believe that it's important for us to continue to be transparent and accountable every step of the way. So I think I will pass the baton, and I think there's other colleagues who would really like to speak.
Yes,
and so I will say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I have two on my list. No doubt more will come on. I have first Mr. Fragaskatis and then Mr. Polyev. Mr. Fragaskatis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As we've heard repeatedly tonight, Liberal members have presented a very reasonable sub-amendment on the table that I hope my colleagues in the opposition, I don't think the Conservatives will come around, but I hope that my colleagues in the Bloc and the NDP will come around to looking at this very seriously. I think it's in line with something that they can certainly get behind. I think it bears repeating, Mr. Chair, and reviewing the amendment. I understand that the Conservative members who were instantly opposed because it provides the opportunity to get at the truth instead of maybe the narrative that they're trying to present. Mr. Chair, I know some time has passed since we began discussing the motion earlier. In the meantime, I hope Mr. Julian, who I see is now back, has been able to review the arguments that were made and will understand this for what it is. An amendment that provides procedural fairness to the public servants, whose job it is to protect cabinet confidences, as well as fairness to the opposition to understand the nature of the redactions. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is ultimately something that the NDP and the Bloc are here to do. This idea of fairness I talked about before. The motion is in that spirit, at least that's how I read it, and you didn't hear opposition from my Liberal colleagues. I think the NDP and the Bloc ought to give it a second look. But some time has passed since I read the motion into the record, so we're on the same page. Let me go back. The sub-amendment that we are discussing reads as follows. That
point of order.
What's the point of order?
Repetition. We've had it read into the record repeatedly. It's been read more than once. It can't be read again.
There's some different members at the table, so I suggest they should have. That don't matter. Okay, what's your point of order, Mr. Julian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, Mr. Fragaskatos was doing the same thing. So in the case of repetition, it is true that other Liberal members can take to a certain extent some liberty with the regulation of repetition, but Mr. Fragaskatos cannot, and he can't keep going back to reading the same thing into the record.
This, so folks, is the motion we're dealing with, and I do see 2 or 3 new members on here. That I do think they need to hear what the motion is so they understand the debate as it occurs. So I am going to allow it this one time for Mr. Fragaskatis, but that'll be the last.
Mr. Chair, I point of order. I am sorry, but that's not how the rule of repetition does not work that way. If one member of the committee changes, so if you persist in that ruling, I'll have to challenge the chair.
Well, that's fine. You can challenge the chair, but that is my ruling. I think new members who are sitting at the committee deserve the decency to hear the sub-amendment to the amendment one more time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'll have to challenge. I'll have to challenge that ruling. The rule of repetition applies to members who are speaking. It does not apply to a change in committee or if some new members of committee have joined us. So I'll have to challenge you on that.
That's fine. I always like to see that members are best informed. So Madam Clerk, if you could do the roll call and see where my ruling ends up. I think I have a fair idea where.
Okay, so the question is, shall the chair's decision be sustained? Okay, Mr. Fraser. And sorry, we've had some substitutions for Ms. Jerowich.
Yeah, that would be me, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Mr. Housefather.
That's correct. I'm substituting for Ms. Zarowitz. So I vote to support the decision of the chair. I think it was a very wise decision.
Mr. Fregis-Katos.
Yes. Point of order, please.
You can't have a point of order during a vote.
Well, have the members been properly substituted in?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Housefather is properly substituted for Ms. Jerowich. Mr. Fregis-Katos.
Yes.
Ms. Koutrakis. No, sorry. Mr. Sorbata.
Well, good evening, and yes, absolutely.
Okay. And Mr. Badaway.
Yes.
Mr. Poliev.
No.
Mr. Falk.
No.
Ms. Jensen.
No.
Mr. Kelly.
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
No. Mr. Sainte-Marie, no.
No.
Wow.
Mr. Chair, that's 5 yeas, 6 nays.
Wow.
Okay, Mr. Fragaskatis, you can not reread the sub-amendment to the amendment. I think I would be allowed to, but I won't bother. Go ahead, Mr. Fragaskatis.
Thank you, and I appreciate the intervention of Mr. Kelly. In fact, when he intervened, I was about to mention his name because he was not there when I had read it earlier. It was for his benefit. Certainly, he's a learned colleague. Not trying to.
I heard it.
Not well. I don't know about that, Mr. Kelly. You weren't on screen. A number of conservatives have been missing in action tonight. Not on screen, in the kitchen, or I'm not sure on the golf course. I don't know where, but not on screen during the meeting. I was just trying to make sure that you were briefed on the sub amendment. You heard it last time, I know, but a number of days have passed since then, and just wanted to make sure, out of pure respect, that I read it again. But I understand the ruling that's been made here, and I'll just continue. The motion is common sense, Mr. Chair. We know what it stands for. Colleagues have been. Colleagues in the opposition say they know what it means, so I hope they come to see that it is about common sense. The opposition says that they want to review the documents. The motion provides an opportunity for them to compare the documents as presented by the professional public service, as well as those as finalized by the parliamentary law clerk. These are the nonpartisan professional public servants who I've talked about here at length tonight. We've had other colleagues speak about them at length, and we know that Mr. Poliev has spoken about them, in fact, in glowing terms in 2014. I won't reread that quotation. I see that perhaps I've somehow offended Mr. Poliev. I hope not. He's as I said before, nothing against him personally, but in 2014 he did put a quote on record about cabinet confidence that I think is quite relevant, but suddenly he has forgotten what he said. Unfortunately, that position that he held then does not suit the conservative partisan narrative that conservative members led by him are so anxious to entrench. Mr. Chair, let's be clear here, if I can continue to my remarks. Let's be clear that this goes above and beyond what the initial motion called for in July. Mr. Speaker, this will also provide all members, including myself, an opportunity to ask the independent, nonpartisan public servants questions about how and why they made the decisions that they did. And Mr. Chair, I would hope that every member of this committee would take an opportunity to get a truer understanding of the role of cabinet confidences and the importance it has in our democratic institutions. They have a long established tradition, which members on this committee in the opposition have spoken about also in previous iterations of themselves, let's put it that way. Mr. Chair, I do not pretend that I will be the last person to represent my riding, and it is a privilege every day to represent the people of London North Centre. I am certainly not the first, so I think it is important that we make decisions that respect and respond to the parliamentary institutions as those who have come before me have certainly done. And I hope those who follow will do. That means that before we make any decision, we must evaluate the best information, get the best testimony, and our deliberate interactions. I understand, based off the actions of the Conservatives in their press conferences, they're very entertaining press conferences, but not much information, genuine information being shared in those press conferences. And in their actions here at committee, that they have no desire to hear the truth because the truth does not fit their narrative. And I understand that the NDP and the Bloc have pressure to support their opposition colleagues. But when we as parliamentarians, we as parliamentarians believe it is imperative that we make sure our decisions stand the test of time. There is partisanship, and partisanship does play a role. Sometimes it can be a positive role. It can provide a positive role, but let's not shirk our duty as parliamentarians, first and foremost. Let me address why, Mr. Chair, hearing from the professional public servants is critical. As we established yesterday, last week, it's been a few days, Mr. Chair, the transmittal letters that are critical to explain these documents, not only to explain the necessary redactions, but also to explain the documents generally, were not or have not been uploaded into the public disclosure of these documents.
Point of order.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Fragaskatos is now repeating comments that he's made previously.
No.
This is the and if he has nothing more to add, we should proceed to a vote, but he is now repeating himself, and this is something I have flagged before. Repetition and relevance. He's relevant, but he's repeating himself, and if Liberals don't have new material to add, we should proceed to a vote.
I don't recall if he said these words before. Go a little further, Mr. Fragaskatos, and we'll determine that.
Sure, Mr. Chair. I'll return to the remarks. Similar ideas have come up, but Mr. Julian is off base here. But I'm not going to hypothesize why this is the case, but they are not. I'm talking about the professional public service here and issues relating to it. And documents. These letters have been discussed at length by our colleagues. Their importance needs to be emphasized, Mr. Chair, because their importance is paramount. Let me just emphasize here for the committee. These are the documents that tell the committee how the world-class public servants, who Mr. Julian very regularly and I think very sincerely speaks about at this committee, the documents tell the committee how the public servants who prepared the documents per the motion at this committee applied redactions. Let me share some key highlights. Let me present an example for the committee and, for that matter, Canadians who are looking at this, following along. The text of the letter from Mr. Paul Rochon, the Deputy Minister of Finance, a public servant to his core, Mr. Chair, someone who's testified before this committee many, many times. To give you a sense of his professionalism, I'd like to highlight his qualifications, Mr. Chair. He was Deputy Minister of Finance since 2014. Before that, he was the Deputy Minister of International Development. All important, Mr. Chair, and appointments that took place under the previous government. Previously, Mr. Rochon was Deputy Minister of Health and concurrently Special Advisor to the Minister of Finance on negotiations for a Canadian securities regulator. Mr. Rochon has more than 20 years of experience at the Department of Finance and held a number of positions, including Associate Deputy Minister of Finance and Canada's Finance Deputy at the G7, G20, and the Financial Stability Forum, as well as Senior Assistant Deputy Minister in the Economic and Fiscal Policy branch. To say he is an outstanding professional, Mr. Chair, would be an understatement. In his transmittal letter to the law clerk, he wrote as follows: the committee's motion stipulates that cabinet confidences and national security information are to be excluded from the package. No information is being withheld on the grounds of national security, since the information does not so pertain. With respect to cabinet confidences, you will note that considerable information on the Canada Student Service Grant contained in cabinet confidences is being provided to the committee. This is in keeping with the public disclosure of information on this matter made by members of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. A principled approach was taken with respect to this information to ensure a non-selective application of the protection afforded by cabinet confidentiality. As a result, considerable information on the Canada Student Service Grant that would otherwise be protected as cabinet confidence is being released. Information not related to the Canada Student Service Grant that is contained in cabinet confidences is withheld and identified as not relevant to the request. With respect to personal information, the department is obliged to protect such information under the Privacy Act unless the individuals to whom it relates consent to its disclosure, or disclosure is otherwise authorized in certain specified circumstances, or the public interest in disclosure clearly outweighs any resulting invasion of privacy. Reasonable efforts were made by the department to obtain consent. Where consent was not given, the department found that the public interest in sharing the information with the committee outweighed any invasion of the individual's privacy. As such, disclosure is being made pursuant to subparagraph 82MI of the Privacy Act. As required by the Act, the Privacy Commissioner was informed of our decision. I continue with the quotation. In very limited cases, personal information was redacted from these records as consent was not obtained from the individuals concerned, nor was the department able to conclude that the public interest in disclosure clearly outweighed the invasion of the individual's privacy. The type of personal information that remains protected consists of the identity of unrelated third parties when their opinion or view relates to an unrelated matter to this inquiry, as well as personal email addresses and phone numbers. While the members opposite seem to do everything they can to accuse the government, and this is back to me, Mr. Chair, I've ended the quotation. While the members opposite seem to do everything they can to accuse the government of some mismanagement, it is clear that from this short letter that the Ministry of Finance went above and beyond to satisfy the committee's request. Mr. Chair, I think opposition members should have the opportunity to ask Mr. Rochon if they feel that he has somehow acted irresponsibly, and I also think that Mr. Rochon should have the opportunity to defend his department's actions, given the accusations that they, I'm talking about the opposition here, are insinuating. Further, Mr. Speaker, the text of the letter from Mr. Simon Kennedy, Deputy Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, says as follows. Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada has retrieved all records from within the department that respond to the committee's motion. You will find the results of that search enclosed for the committee's consideration. It should be noted, however, that in the preparation of this package, care was taken to obtain consent to disclose certain personal information from exempt staff referenced in the material and in collaboration with other government departments, the staff from We Charity in accordance with the provisions of the Privacy Act. In addition, the committee's motion stipulates that cabinet confidences and national security information are to be excluded from the package. No information is being withheld on the grounds of national security, since the information does not so pertain. With respect to cabinet confidences, you will note that information on the Canada Student Service Grant that was a cabinet confidence, is being provided to the committee. This is in keeping with the public disclosure of information on this matter made by members of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. I think what I just read there bears just emphasis. I hope my colleagues won't accuse me here of repetition, but it's a very important point. With respect to cabinet confidences, you will note that information on the Canada Student Service Grant that was a cabinet confidence is being provided to the committee. I'll continue. A principled approach was adopted to this information to ensure a non-selective application of the protection afforded by cabinet confidentiality. Information not related to the Canada Student Service Grant that constitutes a cabinet confidence is withheld and identified as not relevant to the request. I'm reading remarks here that are on screen, Mr. Chair, and I can't see in the grid view of Zoom if my colleague Mr. Polyev is there, but the very entertaining but not informative press conference, what I just read is relevant to that. Information not related to the Canada Student Service Grant that constitutes a cabinet confidence is withheld and identified as not relevant to the request. The papers that he was throwing around fit into this. Next, from the text of the Secretary of the Treasury Board, Mr. Peter Wallace, who holds the distinction of having served as a senior public servant in 3 levels of government. His letter says as follows: the committee's motion stipulates that cabinet confidences and national security information are to be excluded from the package. No information is being withheld. No information is being withheld on the grounds of national security, since the information does not so pertain. With respect to cabinet confidences, you will note that considerable information on the Canada Student Service Grant that were cabinet confidences is being provided to the committee. This is in keeping with the public disclosure of information on this matter made by members of the Queen's Privy Council for Canada. A principled approach was adopted to this information to ensure a non-selective application of the protection afforded by cabinet confidentiality. As a result, considerable information on the Canada Student Service Grant that would otherwise constitute cabinet confidences is being released. Information not related to the Canada Student Service Grant that constitutes cabinet confidences is withheld and identified as not relevant to the request. All pertinent points, and pointed to by some of the most eminent, qualified, and respected public servants that this country has to offer. Those are my words, Mr. Chair, in case you were wondering. I'll go back to the letter here. This same principled approach was also applied to the second enclosed package of TBS documents, which is provided in support of the commitment by the Clerk of the Privy Council, TBS being the Treasury Board Secretariat, to provide additional information on due diligence on the Canada Student Service Grant subsequent to his appearance on July 21st, 2020. Additionally, because I believe it is in line in the public interest to do so, this package includes information being made available as a result of a limited waiver of solicitor-client privilege as it relates to the information that is being provided by Employment and Social Development Canada. While many TBS employees continue to work virtually, guided by public health measures and focused on curbing the spread of COVID-19, these 2 packages provide, to the best of my knowledge, as of August 7th, 2020, the TBS documents in response to the above noted request for production of papers and due diligence line of inquiry. That's the end of the quotation there, Mr. Chair. All of these individuals have led very distinguished careers. People that we need to take seriously, people that unfortunately, when I say people, I'm speaking about the public service in general, the previous Harper government didn't have much time for, regularly muzzled, whether it was scientists or other public servants. Let's show them the respect that they deserve. And I know the NDP feels that way. I said before that I've heard, whether it's Mr. Julian, but other NDP members in various committees and in the House speak in really strong terms and passionate ways about the importance of public servants and the public service in general.
Point of order.
We need to make sure that they're given an opportunity to speak here, Mr. Chair. Those are the end of those formal remarks, Mr. Chair. I have other points that I wanted to add.
I will hear the point of order first. Go ahead. Are you calling relevance there, Mr. Julian?
Repetition, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fragaskatos is disadvantaged by the fact that I heard his previous speeches, but the reality is he's repeating himself. And if he has nothing further to say, let's get to the vote.
I believe Mr. Fragaskatos said he was done that portion of his speech. You're going on to You're going on a little further, and it isn't repetitive, I understand.
No,
correct?
it's not, Mr. Chair. I won't lose.
We need new material.
Well, it is not the same speech that you claim you have heard, Mr. Julian. But you know, if you want to prevent me from speaking about the importance of public servants and saying, in effect, that the Liberals are really ones that are defending public servants here, then I'll do that. But I know that you respect public servants, and I'm simply making the case that we ought to hear from them. I ask you to consider that sub amendment and side with Liberals here at committee today and tonight. Mr. Chair, I did want to continue. This is on a point that I raised earlier. I had asked you to, and the clerk as well, to provide the committee with thoughts on what happens when Standing Order 83-1 is not respected by the committee. Is there a precedent for that could guide committee members? Would we know what would happen, what would result? And I know that there are other members who don't regularly sit on the committee who are here tonight, and for their benefit, just to make sure that they know what 83-1 is all about. Standing Order 83-1 calls on this Finance Committee to carry out pre-budget consultations by a particular date. I'm looking for.
I see Mr. Julian's hands up. I know I've read 83-1 before. I'm not sure you have. Have you, Mr. Fragascatis?
I have. What does it?
That would be repetitive, according to Mr. Julian. So we'll have to get you to skip that.
I'm asking what the question was. What happens when it is not followed? I had raised this earlier, but I said that at some point tonight, if you could provide us with an answer on that. If you don't have that answer right now, Mr. Chair, that's fine.
I don't have that answer. It's something that has never happened before, and we'll probably have to go to the House Speaker or somebody in the clerk's desk in the House to get an answer to that question. We will do that overnight or early in the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important for committees to follow the standing orders and for all members to recognize the importance of standing orders. Obviously, this sum amendment, Mr. Chair, makes very clear the need to invite public servants to this committee. We can't simply speak about public servants and muzzle them. We need to hear from them. I talked about, in my earlier remarks, the inextricable link between fairness and justice. There's other conceptions of fairness and justice, though, however, Mr. Chair, that we ought to consider. Aristotle famously said that justice is based on a notion, a very important one, that equals should be treated equally. The quotation stands out because if we take a step back and think about us as members of parliament and those in the public service, what do we share in common? Well, we are equals. For many reasons, abstract ones, but also very practical ones. We both serve the public, the Canadian public. And so equals should be treated equally here. We cannot muzzle the public service. We have to give them an opportunity to come and speak. The Conservative colleagues on committee are following the precedent of the Harper government by not wanting to recognize the importance of not just the public servants and the public service, but also the principle that they should be allowed to express themselves. That's all we're saying. Unfortunately, it's not being heard, and it's also up to this point not being heard by my colleague in the NDP. And we'll see what the Bloc wants to do, Mr. Chair. I also, in earlier remarks, referenced John Rawls and his conception of a fair and just society being based on a number of principles, including fair legal treatment for all citizens. Now, that's Rawls speaking in a very general sense, but I wonder, Mr. Chair, and here's another question for you and the clerk to take back and to consider. What would happen if we did not hear from public servants, if we proceeded in the way that the Conservative colleagues of ours on committee want to go ahead with, and that is excluding public servants? would we be compromising ourselves in any way by forcibly excluding the opportunity of free individuals to put their thoughts on the record and in effect defend themselves? Because I have a strange feeling, not a strange feeling, it's a truism that the Conservatives in particular would attack public servants as they have in previous meetings in this committee and in other committees. In fact, in the House, we see this happen regularly. Again, they have a new leader or two new leaders, and still Stephen Harper's legacy is very, very strong. Public servants in that context, Mr. Chair, should be allowed to defend themselves. What if this committee does not go for that? What if we do follow Mr. Kelly here and Mr. Poilievre and others on the Conservative side and prevent public servants from testifying? I don't think we would be showing fair legal treatment in the Rawlsian sense, and also as a matter of Canadian law. I'm not a lawyer. I know we have lawyers, eminent and capable ones on committee, but I think it's something that we need to consider. And so I leave it with you to look at as well, Mr. Chair. I underline again for my colleagues, equals should be treated equally. Aristotle's conception of justice is tremendously influential. In fact, it has been said that much of philosophy is simply a commentary on the thoughts of Aristotle and Plato as well, but especially Aristotle. Let's not ignore these very basic principles, Mr. Chair. If we do, what does that say about us as parliamentarians? I spoke before about partisanship. Partisanship plays a role, and I meant what I said when I said sometimes that role can be positive. What are political parties if not organizations that congregate based on different constellations of ideas? The Conservatives have a particular conception of what makes a just society, usually by putting business and under this iteration of the Conservative Party, big business at the core of their focus. The NDP puts social justice and workers at the very, very core. I won't take that away from them. How they engage in public policy and the issues that they decide to champion and how they decide to champion those issues, I can disagree with from issue to issue. But the NDP plays a reasonable role in Parliament and brings up good ideas. The Bloc, in the form of Mr. Samari, very passionate and has offered a social democratic vision of what is just and what a fair society should look like. In all his testimony.
Point of order.
Liberals have we seem to be in the middle, a party of moderation, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Julian.
It is not relevant to go through the political platforms of each political party to the sub-amendment. No, I would question relevance in this case.
We will. It mightn't hurt for you to look at the sub-amendment that I know you wanted to read, just to refresh your mind there again, Mr. Fragiskatis. And I mean, it is pretty wide-ranging when you look at the package of documents provided by the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council, as well as other packages that went forward. So it wouldn't hurt for you to look at it and stick to that in the transmittal letters.
I'm sticking to the sub-amendment, Mr. Chair, and respectfully, I'm making arguments by looking at general points and principles that I think will serve to remind my colleagues about the importance of our job here. I talked about partisanship. Let's put partisanship aside and embrace the very important idea that's at the heart of parliamentary democracy, and that is that we have a job and duty to serve the country. When we and I fear we do this if we get behind the Conservative proposal. That's why this sub-amendment is so important. Let's allow public servants to speak. They serve the country. They serve all Canadians, all our constituents, regardless if those constituents voted Conservative, Bloc, Liberal, or NDP or Green. Those public servants deserve our respect having them come at committee does not compromise the principles that I spoke about before that hold together each party. The business class is not going to be, and business interests and the advocacy groups that stand up for large business and small business, and I especially care about small business, they won't be offended if we have public servants come to committee. Unions will not be offended. I know, Mr. Julian is a champion of unions. The PSAC, the Public Service Alliance of Canada, will not be offended. I don't think they'll be offended if public servants come to the committee. It's getting a bit too much here, Mr. Chair.
I will agree with Mr. Julian on this one. I remember you saying those words previously. I expect that was his point. Do you want to make your point there, Mr. Julian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fragaskatos obviously has nothing new to add. He's repeating himself. He's not relevant. Could we just proceed to the vote, Mr. Chair?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Fragaskatos,
let me wrap up
to you.
Yeah. Let me wrap up the point. I did bring up the PSAC before, but if Mr. Julian reviews the comments, and unfortunately, I guess he wasn't listening closely, he'll note that I mentioned them in a different context. But I'll stop there, Mr. Chair. I think I've made it clear to colleagues where I stand on the issue. Let's get behind this sub-amendment. Let's respect the public service. I know the NDP is there in principle. Let's join here and work together to support this sub-amendment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fragaskatos. I have, I'll go down my list. First of Mr. Polyev, then Mr. Horsefather, Mr. Sabero, Mr. Fraser, and Mr. Badaway. So Mr. Polyev, you're on. Where are you? Pierre, are you there? All right, we'll go to Mr. Polyev. Are you around? I can't hear you snoring, Pierre. Are you around? Okay, Mr. Horsefather.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I probably would start with a point of privilege in that my name is Housefather, not Horsefather.
Housefather. Did I not pronounce you right?
No, you didn't, Mr. Chair. But that's okay. It's very
my apologies.
It's very late in the evening, and I can understand the difficulty with such a long name. Just wanted to say, first of all, that a pleasure to
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Falk, who I really
just hold on.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, l'interprète.
Mr. Speaker, the interpreter said that the quality of the audio is not good enough for interpretation.
Gabriel. Just check your mic there, Mr. Housefather, and see if we can give it a couple of tests, because the translation people, the interpreters, are not getting the quality sound. Do you want to test it?
I'm going to adjust. Testing, Mr. Chairman. Is the sound coming in okay for the interpreter?
Mr. Chair, so. If I may intervene, the clerk is very helpfully illustrating with her headset what Mr. Housefather must do to help. I think he needs to raise the boom on his microphone a little bit higher from the motion. Hopefully that's helpful.
Okay, let me try that. Is that better?
It's better, but you're coming in spotty somehow. It's
point d'ordre, toujours pas.
Point of order. I've been told that it's inaudible.
Mr. Chair, may I make a suggestion? It still appears that the microphone is very, very close to Mr. Housefather's mouth. If you can pull it away from your mouth a little bit, it sometimes comes off as a little bit less muffled.
I will try that again, Mr. Fraser.
I don't think so. Just to check on your computer, you're on the right. You're on the right English or French when you're speaking, and that you're on the right microphone as well.
Yeah, I'm on the right microphone, Mr. Chairman. The question is, I wasn't on English because I thought the Zoom had fixed the translation issue and allowed me to stay on floor.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Chair, I am told that the interpreter may have found the problem. It might be a bad connection. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, make sure you stay though on the language you're speaking. It is always better, and I think it may have been a bad connection on their end. So go ahead, floor is yours.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And interpretation will resume once the sound quality has improved. The interpreter apologizes.
Le français ce soir. Et j'aimerais aussi juste dire, Monsieur le Président, que c'est un plaisir, comme j'ai commencé de dire, d'être encore sur un comité avec Monsieur Farc. J'avais le plaisir de servir avec lui sur le comité de la justice pour longtemps. Et ce soir, j'aimerais discuter la question.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to listen in both official languages. Maybe Mr. Housefather should reconnect. I also see that Mr. Poilievre is present, and I believe that Mr. Poilievre, his turn was before Mr. Housefather's turn. So we could start with Mr. Poilievre, and at the same time, maybe Mr. Housefather can readjust or fix his connection problem.
Are you still wanting to speak, Mr. Poilievre? We couldn't find you.
Well, I was right here, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, I yelled at you 2 or 3 times. I said all good things about you, though.
Okay, so used to yelling at me that I'm now numb to it.
Mr. Housefather will let you try and fix your technical problems, and we'll go to Mr. Poilievre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listen, we got work to do here. People want us to fix this disastrous economy. We got the top unemployment in the G7, the top deficit in the G20. The economy is in a state of ruin, the worst economy.
Yes, sir. Point of order, Mr. Poilievre. There's a point of order, Mr. Fraser.
I know Mr. Julian's been quick to point out issues of relevance, and frankly, both relevance and repetition. I'm curious how the opening remarks relate to the sub-amendment.
Mr. Poilievre, we are on the sub-amendment. If you have it in front of you there, or I can read it.
Well, if you let me finish a sentence, I think the problem here is Mr. Fraser doesn't want any of these facts to be known about how bad the economy is and how disastrous his government record is on economic matters.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
The 7.
Point of order.
Mr. Fragascatis, point of order.
This sounds a lot like question period, Mr. Chair. He's getting into debate. I'm sure that Mr. Poilievre likes to hear himself speak. I'm even open to listening to him speak, but not when it's out of order. That has no relevance. His comments have no relevance to the sub-amendment.
All right, on the sub-amendment, if you could, Mr. Poilievre.
It's good to know the Liberals think unemployment has
on
no
the sub-amendment, please.
Has no relevance to them.
On the sub-amendment, please.
Well, the sub-amendment deals with effectively how we're going to manage committee business. Let's get real here. That's what we're actually talking about. So the fact that Liberals don't think unemployment and the millions of Canadians who are without a job is relevant to the Finance Committee really says something about
Mr. Poilievre, order. The sub-amendment relates to the documents, the package of documents, and whether or not public servants are allowed to respond to the redactions in the documents. That's what basically it is in short form.
Yeah.
As well as the transmittal letters. That's what we're dealing with. So if you can speak on that point, we're more than welcome to hear you. Those other points you make are very important in another context, but we are debating the sub-amendment to the amendment here.
Right. Well, Mr. Chair, you've let the other members ramble on for 20 hours about matters completely unrelated to the sub-amendment, the amendment, and the main motion. So it does seem a little bizarre that you're suddenly so concerned about relevance, that did not seem to be a preoccupation of yours in interventions gone by. But I think that this is a government that thinks that the role of committees is just for people to gather around a fire and shower praise on the Prime Minister. That's not our role here. So if occasionally some facts, undisputable facts, appear that make Liberals uncomfortable, that is not my concern, and nor should it be yours. Though you're a member of that party, you are meant to be a presiding officer over this entire committee.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Who's making the point of order?
I'm making the point of order.
Mr. Fragiskatis, go ahead.
Thank you very much. In 2014, the members said as follows: Mr. Speaker, the decision on what to reveal is made by nonpartisan public servants for whom it has long been a tradition.
That is a point of debate, and you put that on the record previously. Mr. Polyev, I give people a fair bit of leeway. I'm going to allow you a fair bit of leeway, but try and make it relevant to the sub-amendment, which is the documents and those defending the redacted parts of the documents.
Well, I don't think there are any public servants that are defending this redaction. This was political redactions. I know it is true that in the previous government, we deferred to public servants and allowed them to make decisions on what and was appropriate and what was not, because we respected public servants. That has clearly not happened here. In this case, and that's why I stand by my earlier quote from 2014, because quite accurately, that was the practice back then. We deferred to public servants on these matters, but in present, there's no doubt that there's been political interference at the highest level to black out documents that should be made public. Mr. Chair, as a committee, we asked for the law clerk to have the ability to determine what should be redacted and what should be public. The government allowed its political leaders, probably ministers, to make those decisions for this particular document. If all we're talking about in these documents is a bunch of phone numbers, then give it over to the law clerk. I can be sure the law clerk is not going to do prank calls on these public servants. I don't think you can imagine that our law clerk is going to be up at 2 a.m. prank calling all kinds of public servants in the middle of the night for the fun of it. I think he can be counted on not to publish private phone numbers on the internet. I think the government and its members know that these are not phone numbers that were redacted. In some cases, it's 2-3 pages of black ink. That's one hell of a long phone number. 2-3 pages long. My goodness, this must not just be an international call or even an interplanetary call, but an intergalactic call. To another end of the universe, for it to be a phone number that goes that long. But anyway, we don't have to take my word for it that phone numbers are typically not 3 or 4 pages long. Just give it to the law clerk. And if all these pages upon pages upon pages of black ink are merely covering up people's phone numbers to protect them from prank calls, then I'm sure the law clerk can be counted on to ensure those numbers do not become public. So that's all we're asking for. Hand the documents over to the law clerk. Let the legal team that works for the House of Commons, in whom we all have confidence, who reports through the clerk to the Speaker, who is a Liberal, do that work on behalf of all of us. The law clerk is our lawyer, the lawyer for all of us collectively in Parliament, and he can be counted on to do it. But he took the extraordinary step to write a letter, made it public, saying he didn't get the unredacted documents that Parliament asked for. It's that simple. So to say that this is all public servants just quietly doing their work and politicians impugning them, we know that's nonsense. We know that the public servant that works for us in legal capacity, the parliamentary law clerk, has said he does not have the documents that he should have based on the motion passed at this committee. So all we're asking for is that those documents be handed over. And you know what? I would, if tonight the government were to send over those documents and we were to get a confirmation from the law clerk that he has received them, I would be prepared at that moment and under that condition to put my point of privilege aside to be revisited only after that the clerk confirms he got what the committee asked for. So there is a way out here for the government. They could hand those documents unredacted over to the law clerk tonight, and then we don't have to talk about this anymore. We can get on to what I want to talk about, which is the pre-budget consultation. For God's sakes, our economy is a total disaster right now. Worst deficit in the G20, worst unemployment in the G7. Let's get to work on that, for God's sakes. We don't need to be rambling on in circles as the government members are doing. Let's solve this right now. Hand over the documents with no black ink. Let the law clerk do his work. He'll come back to us and say whether or not he got what he was looking for. He'll make sure that nobody's phone number is released, and then we can all get to the bottom of this scandal. Sound fair?
Mr. Poilievre, I as chair can't respond to that other than that the latter part of your motion would certainly have to be amended to accommodate what you're suggesting. So I will go to the next speaker. Maybe you want to think about that in the meantime, and if there's a way forward, we'll see where it goes. Mr. Poilievre, I don't see you. Okay, Mr. Housefather, have you got your technology fixed up and ready to roll?
I think I do, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully everybody can hear me.
I raise your mic a little bit again, I think so. There.
Can everyone hear me now?
I don't know why it's still...
I mean, the IT group just told me that it was...
Point of order, it was working really well until Mr. Housefather lifted his microphone, and then the sound quality is no longer good enough for the interpreters.
I believe with my microphone is here, the interpreters can hear me fine. Is Mr. Saint-Marie, right?
You're coming through a little gravelly to the translators. We need to worry about the interpreters.
So again, I'll test it
hold
again.
On. We'll see what Mr. Saint-Marie has to say.
J'entends la traduction, mais on me fait signe que c'est vraiment limite.
I can hear the interpretation, but the sound quality isn't really great, so I don't know how long it will last.
And Mr. Saint-Marie, if either you can give me a signal that it's not working, or the interpreters can yell and say it's not working, we'll try it, and if not, we'll go to Mr. Sabera and then come back to Mr. Housefather again.
Okay, I will try my best. I believe that they told me that the signal is now okay, so I'm going to try. I'm hoping it will work, and I'm hoping that in the end result, our committee will move more towards the path that the Republican and Democrat did in Utah the other day, where they took a picture together and reminded everyone that despite political differences, everyone can work together. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping I will be able to prevail upon my colleagues from all parties to support this sub.
Ouais, point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président. L'interprète signale que ça fonctionne. La qualité du son n'est pas suffisante. Je suis désolé, Monsieur Housefather, de vous interrompre de la sorte.
Sorry, Mr. Housefather, to interrupt you.
Try it like this. Any better?
No. Okay, we'll come back to you again, Anthony. Work with IT, and we'll go on to. I have. Mr. Fraser next.
Je vais écrire au président tout de suite.
Pardon? Who is coming in? Was somebody coming in there? I could hear them. Okay, I believe we're going to, this list has changed in front of my eyes. I believe Mr. Fraser, you're next, and then Mr. Badaway. I thought Mr. Sabera was up there a moment ago, but okay, Mr. Fraser, if you're ready to roll.
Mr. Chair, I would be happy to. I did think you were right, though. I think it was Mr. Sorbera who appears to have been booted off, and Mr. Badaway, I thought, in advance of me as well. So I'm happy to yield if they'd like to.
Okay, Mr. Badaway, are you ready to roll?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
I see
Chairman.
you. I think there's been some technology problems with people getting bumped off here. Work on your mic there, Mr. Housefather, and we'll let Mr. Badaway go and then come back to you. Okay, Mr. Badaway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's been a ride here, I'll tell you, being on the committee the last meeting and now this meeting with respect to the debate on, quite frankly, something that can be very simple. Especially after the vote today in the House. When I look at a list of folks, for example, that are requesting to appear, it's a great list here. When I look at the Canadian Association of Neuroscience and the Canadian Association of Radiologists, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, the Canadian Renewable Energy Association, the National Airlines Council of Canada, the Canadian Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Research Network, the National Smokeless Tobacco Company, the Canadian Cancer Association, the Adobe Lighthouse Labs, the Canadian Airports Council, the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Agricultural Manufacturers Canada, the Forest Producers Association of Canada, the Association of Canadian Port Authorities.
Mr. Chair, a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Julian.
Absolute relevance. Absolute relevance. No question. This is not relevant.
Go a little further here, and we'll see, Mr. Badaway. What's your key point you're trying to make?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The key point I'm trying to make, and as many of you know, I do chair the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities. And one of the things I've been a great believer in since day one and coming to Ottawa is that committees don't work in isolation from each other. Quite frankly, there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of work, a lot of studies that we do together or individually, but together they sort of crisscross and cross over. And you know, some of the things that we discussed tonight.
Point of order.
I'm just looking for the motion here, sub amendment here, Mr. Julian. Mr. Badaway, you are going to have to tie this into the sub amendment, sure. Which basically says that the committee requests the complete package of documents provided to the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council, House of Commons by relevant deputy ministers, etc., as well as the final package of documents be provided, and then it goes on from there. That the relevant deputy ministers and the law clerk be allowed to give testimony to the redactions in those documents. So if you can speak to that, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I was saying, with the crossover, and what my point was we do on occasion have the opportunity to discuss similar proposals, similar studies. When I look at this amendment and I look at the principles of the amendment, as well as in somewhat to some extent the world that sometimes a lot of us don't live in beyond the Ottawa bubble. We recognize that when we look at redacted and confidential papers and emails and things of that matter, we recognize that there's principles to these confidentiality and redacted documents. We all have an opinion on what was redacted and the relevance of it, and the importance of it. But I have to say that there's three principles that I've lived by in the private sector, whether it's being in a boardroom, my former capacity as a mayor, being in a council chamber, and now in Ottawa. And those principles are quite simple, and there's only three of them, so you can count them on one hand. Essentially, one is privacy laws, and with that, and the federal, the direction the federal government took back in, I believe, 2001, with respect to Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, it does protect people from divulging their phone numbers and their addresses and information that they would otherwise not want to give. Second to that is the confidentiality rules, and with confidentiality is the fact that again, ensuring that that people aren't harmed or in harm's way, whether it be for any reason, whether it be a business, whether it be an individual. And then thirdly is the principle of proportionality in a discovery process. And Mr. Chairman, we're at a point right now, as I guess to some extent Mr. Poilievre mentioned, that we've had a great discussion on this. We recognize what some of those sensitivities are, most of which, as was outlined by Mr. Gerritsen in the last meeting and Mr. Fraser at this meeting, that a lot of that had to do with phone numbers and email addresses and things of that matter. With that said, a lot of work to be done, and that's the point I was trying to make earlier with respect to the committee's work with moving forward.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Fragaskatis.
I'm not hearing Mr. Badaway come through very clearly. I wonder if other colleagues are having the same type of issue. I don't know, there's static on my end. And I know Mr. Housefather had that problem before. I wonder if there's something wrong with the system. Can we just look at that?
I'm hearing him fine. How is the translation coming through, Mr. St. Marie? Do you think it's coming through okay? I know it's tough on the translation side all day long because you're always 10 seconds behind. He's giving me a thumbs up. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we have an opportunity here to move forward with some work, and I do believe that that's well timed to do that. I think if the committee was to see fit, and I think going forward, there can be some movement on getting to the work that has to be done. I think it's going to take all of us to get in that direction together. I would be looking at members of the opposition to really take the next steps, so that way this committee can get the work immediately with respect to some of the priorities that, quite frankly, the Finance Committee should be looking at. With that, Mr. Chair, I am going to close by stating this, that we look at the comments that were being made, whether some may think they're repetitive or not, look at them with respect to what's happened in the past, comments that are currently being debated by all parties, all four parties, but as well look at genuinely why we're here and why members of the committee and what members of the committee really want to move forward with in a manner of what the Finance Committee should be moving forward with in terms of the crisis that we're finding ourselves in and the challenges that Canadians are finding themselves in. And I think that's a priority. And I think if members of the opposition sincerely do think that that's a direction we should be taking, then I think some flexibility should be had, and we can move forward on that. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll leave it there for now, and let the next speaker speak, and then hopefully we can see some movement before a certain amount of time. At least it's 10 o'clock right now. Hopefully, within the next hour or two, we can get some resolve to move forward with the items that the committee should very well be moving forward with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Badaway. I did have you previously, Mr. Sabara. Are you still on, or am I going to Mr. Fraser?
No, I'm on, Mr. Chair. I had some technical issues. Can everyone hear me? No problem at all. It's great to be back on the Finance Committee, and it's great to be here this evening. 5 years of sitting, or 4.5 years of sitting on the Finance Committee with the chair. It was a great experience. Mr. Chair, it is getting late, and Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do now adjourn.
Okay, there's no debate on the motion. I'll have to ask you, Madam Clerk, to poll the committee.
Point of order. Is there no way we can just do a vote? Like, why don't we vote so that we can move on?
There's no debate, no point of order on a a motion to adjourn, Madam Jansen. That's the rules. I have to follow the rules. So I do have to ask the clerk to a poll for the vote on the adjournment motion. We'll go from there. Madam Clerk.
Is there unanimous consent to adjourn? No. Perfect. I will then take your recorded division. Mr. Fraser?
Yes.
Mr. Hausfather? Mr. Fregis-Ketos?
Yes.
Mr. Sorbata?
Yes.
Mr. Badaway?
Yes.
Mr. Poliev?
No.
Mr. Falk?
No.
Ms. Jansen?
No.
Mr. Kelly?
No.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Julian?
No.
Mr. Chair, we have a tie, 5-5, and Mr. Housefather is just joining.
Mr. Housefather.
Point of order.
He votes no.
Point
of order, Mr. Chair. Normally, in this kind of circumstance, the chair will rule for continuity, as you know, both in terms of chair of committee precedents, but also in the House of Commons. So, in a tie vote, the
point
chair.
of order, Mr. Chair.
Just hold on, folks. We've. This is a new game with virtual. Mr. Housefather's name was called. He had technical difficulties. He has the right to vote. Mr. Housefather.
He wasn't in the game.
He wasn't present.
That's not his fault due to technology.
I was on the phone, Mr. Chairman. I was on the phone with IT, who was directing me as to what to do. I vote to adjourn.
Meeting is adjourned.
You cannot do that, Mr. Chair.
He can't tell you how to vote.
Have retroactive votes. Come on.
You don't get a redo on a vote.